Hi, Richard. We have admitted everyone from the waiting room, so whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's get going. The meeting is called to order at 10:05. Welcome board members and audience at home attending via Zoom to the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board meeting. Meetings of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board are open to the public and comply with the Bagley-Keeney Open Meeting Act. This act allows for public comment on all agenda items. Audience members may address the board following each agenda item. All speakers from the audience are limited to 3 minutes. Are there any members of the audience that require accommodations to participate in this meeting? Please use the raise hand feature on Zoom application or send a message to Industrial Hemp if you have accommodations to participate in this meeting. Please note that due to COVID restrictions, we are working to determine future meeting logistics and hoping to have a resolution soon. We appreciate your patience as we navigate through these changes. We will begin by conducting roll call for board members. When called upon, please provide a brief introduction for the audience participating on Zoom. Emma Arslan. Is Emma here?
Richard, we don't see Emma logged in.
Okay, Justin Eve.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Justin.
This is Justin Eve with representing the Hemp Farmers Guild, Agriculture Trade Association built for hemp here in the state. I'm also the president of a company that I run called 7 Generations Producers. We're a USDA organic farming operation, and we also do some hemp breeding and nursery operation. Thanks for having me, Chairman.
Thank you, Justin. Lisa Herbert.
Good morning, everybody. Lisa Herbert, Sutter County Ag Commissioner, representing Ag Commissioners in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Johnson.
Yes, I'm here as a farmer representative from Humboldt County.
Thank you, Kevin. Will Kilden.
Will Clyden here, product manufacturer in Ventura County.
Thank you. Jack Norton.
Hey, I'm here, Jack Norton, hemp farmer in Alameda County, Contra Costa County, San Joaquin.
Thank you. Rob Porcella.
Rob Porcella here. I'm a industrial hemp finished products manufacturer out of Fresno County.
Thank you. Vanessa Ramirez.
Morning, Vanessa Ramirez, hemp farmer in Ventura County.
Thank you. David Robertson.
Richard, we don't see David logged in.
Okay. Myself, Richard Soria, retired horticulture instructor and current pest control advisor. Lucas Wilson.
Here, farmer Butte in Sutter County.
Thank you. Each board member should have received an email with all the handouts for today's meetings. Copies
Richard?
of the, yes.
I'm so sorry for interrupting. I was here when you were calling for me earlier, but I had a muting issue. So this is Emma Aronson. So this is Associate Professor Emma Aronson at the University of California, Riverside in the Department of Microbiology and Plant Pathology. Sorry to go out of order, but thank you so much, Richard.
No problem, Emma. Thank you. Okay, we'll start over. Each board member should have received an email with all the handouts for today's meetings. Copies of the agenda and all handouts are available at our meeting information webpage, and handouts will be brought up via the Zoom as they are discussed. The topic of discussions for this meeting are brief program activities update, report on budget and registration, report on legislative updates, Assembly Bill 45 implications update, report on rules and regulations. Are there any requests for corrections or changes to the agenda order? Okay, as a reminder, the program asks that all board members check the current board member list posted on the CDFA Industrial Hemp webpage for any needed corrections. During the board meeting, all board members will not be muted by the program to allow for full participation. To minimize background noise, please make sure to personally mute yourself during the meeting when you are not talking. There is one break scheduled on the agenda, and we will take a break approximately every hour as needed or requested. A quick note on public comments. We will have opportunities for public comments throughout the meeting, as well as an opportunity for general comments at the end. For comments during an agenda item or pending board motion, please keep comments pertinent to the item or motion. At the end of the meeting, we will have opportunity for additional comments, both related to the meeting and for items not on the agenda. We request all individuals who would like to comment on an agenda item to use the raise hand feature in Zoom. We also request for each speaker to state their name and affiliation before commenting. Due to the large number of attendees, we will be limiting all commentators to a maximum 3 minutes per agenda item, unless there are follow-up questions from the board. We will be timing all commentators and will try to provide warnings prior to the time limit ending. Thank you for your consideration as we try to provide everyone with an opportunity to comment during the proceedings. If you have any questions for CDFA regarding industrial hemp and industrial hemp program, please direct your questions to the CDFA staff. You may contact them by emailing or calling. Okay, I think next up is Natalie. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Richard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Natalie Jacuzzi, and I actually am taking over the position. Can you guys see me? Okay. Here we go. There we go. I will be taking over the position of the board manager from Joshua Kress, so we will be transitioning to that. I'm the new senior environmental scientist with the industrial hemp program, so we are beginning to get staffed up. And I will be giving the presentation today on the program activities update. And it's really a brief update, and we can discuss questions if there are further questions, and we can go into presentation mode. Just a little bit of background about me before I go into the presentation. I've been with CDFA for a while now, but I've been working with the agricultural industry for about 10 years. I previously have worked with assisting growers with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I was a crop consultant for fertilizer and irrigation scheduling. And then with CDFA and inspection services, I assisted growers with compliance of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. So I've been working in agriculture for a while. Obviously, hemp is new to myself and to most of us because it's a relatively new commodity. But I look forward to working with you guys on addressing this new commodity and all the changes that are happening. So it's good to meet you all, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. But other than that, we can go into our brief program activity updates, and we can go to the next slide. So this is actually the only slide in this presentation. We are just, my understanding is that we just update the board on the current status of registrants as well as acreage and sites. So this is as of the current registration as of the 28th of February, and registrations just came in. So we have 33 counties registering 10 breeders, and Really, I think the most significant numbers are on the bottom here. You can see that the counties with the most registrants are San Bernardino and Riverside. However, that the counties that actually have the most registered acres are Fresno and Riverside, which makes sense. And that is really the only major things I could highlight, other than that we have about almost 6,000 acres registered for growers and 277 acres registered for breeders. So relatively similar, I believe, to previous numbers that we've reported, unless staff has anything else to add. I think that that is really the only programmatic current registration update that we have for the group. And if there are questions from the board, you guys can direct those to me now, and we can move on to the next agenda item. Are there any questions, or Richard, do you generally ask if there's questions?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Or you can, that's fine.
Okay. And I believe we have a hand from Justin.
Okay.
Hi, Justin.
Hi there, Natalie. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. Really appreciate you heading this up now. It sounds like with the new position that you're playing here and the role, it sounds like Josh Kress is no longer involved with the program at all, or how did that work? Just so we can understand, as we're looking at this this scenario of people involved, what happened there? Where was the shuffle? Maybe you could create some clarity for that on there.
Absolutely, thank you. So yeah, just to create some clarity. So my position was actually previously held by Michelle Phillips, and she was the board manager and the supervisor for the industrial hemp program. And Michelle accepted a promotion, and she actually was I believe that she stopped working with the program last spring. And so they have been working to fill the position. But in her absence, Josh and Juan, who are the program managers above her, have been filling in with the board to facilitate the discussion around these board meetings and continue to manage the board in Michelle's absence until they fill the position. So I recently filled the position, so I will be transitioning into being the board manager. Obviously, I'm relatively new, so I would like to, I'm still going to lean on Josh for some of the technical, and staff for some of the technical questions. But Josh will still be attending meetings and will be answering those higher level questions, I think. But for the most part, I think I will be transitioning into actually managing the board, if that makes sense. Does that help?
So you're yeah, it does. And just to confirm, so you're now going to be the program manager, and and Josh will be the program director, or could you just redefine those?
Yeah, I guess the terminology is that I'm the supervisor, and that he's actually the program, sort of the program manager. I'm hoping I'm using the right vernacular. Josh or Juan, correct me if I'm.
Can you all hear me? This is Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so Justin, I'm the branch chief for pest exclusion, so I oversee a number of different programs. Hemp is one of the programs within, I guess, what you would say, my portfolio. And so I've been helping fill in the gap while we've been backfilling this position. So appreciate Natalie coming in and taking on this new role and this new challenge. I'm still in the same position. Hemp is still a part of one of the programs that I oversee. So nothing has changed other than filling that vacancy.
Gotcha. And so Natalie, it sounds like you'll really be in charge of running the meetings and kind of keeping the program organized and reporting up to Josh as far as supported and then more high level stuff. Is that correct?
Correct. And then also, Justin, since you're on the task forces, I think I will also be helping facilitate those discussions as well. And so I will be the program representative in having those discussions with you and meeting with the task forces. Again, Josh will probably be in those meetings, but I think as far as programmatic needs and things like that, I think I will be representing the program, since I'm working closer with staff and the counties and the contracts and things like that, if that makes sense. So we'll continue to talk for sure.
Great. Well, we're happy to have you in that role, and look forward to working more with you, and hopefully we can get our program here together so we can get you some more staff and build this program out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. And if you don't have any more questions, I can put it to the rest of the board if anyone else has follow-up questions.
Sure, everybody wants to say welcome, Natalie. Glad to have
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
Do we have any more questions for Natalie? And yes, Natalie, welcome aboard. Thank you.
The only other question I think that we'd like to see is just an updated organizational chart, with whatever, updates.
I believe we can, if you, were you thinking for the task force or for the board?
Just for the board and the program in general, if you've taken on this new role, you guys have given us that great organizational chart of how staffers and positions and titles and things. So, I don't know if you guys could reproduce the new one showing that you're in that new position.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe we can discuss this in the task force meeting, and it can be part of the presentation, part of a bigger presentation. I'm not sure it's big enough for an agenda item, but maybe we can include that in our discussions with the registration. I'm trying to get the right term. Registration and fee, registration and fee task force, and that can be part of that bigger discussion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I don't know if we need to really have it too much of an item. It's just a document that you guys produce that shows, who's playing what role. And I would think it would be as simple as just updating it with putting, that your position there, and just so everyone can have transparency on who's doing what.
Yeah, I'll talk to management about distributing that, and then we can have further discussions. It can be something. It can also be a slide in this presentation as programmatic updates, as new hires and transitions happen. So we can discuss what's the best way to present that. But yeah, I'm sure we can provide that information for you guys.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Natalie from the board? Any public comments for Natalie on this agenda item?
Richard, I don't see any written, actually, never mind. There is a written comment from Josh Snyder. It would be great if CDFA will keep the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board team updated with any changes within CDFA organization that will affect the hemp program, rather than having the board need to always ask for information. And then I don't see any other written comments or hand raises from the public.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. We'll move on. Report from the Budget and Registration Task Force. And that will be staff, I guess.
Yeah, I think that'll also be me. So you guys are going to get to spend some time with me as well. So as I understand, this is a standard item that we present, and really not much has changed in this revenue and budget update. Obviously, the program has been doing fiscal year projections for what we anticipate the program's cost to be through the end of the fiscal year 2021 and 2022. Sorry, it's kind of confusing, but that ends in June. So here is the historical, thank you, Kapua, for pulling this, and Locke for pulling this presentation up. This has been the historical expenditures for the program through 2018, 2019. Again, this is a relatively new program, so this is sort of starting at inception. And so these are the current expenditures for, or not expenditures, I'm sorry. This is the current revenue. So this is actually the money that has come in via registrations. And so you can see that it has dropped a little bit. That sort of is consistent with the presentation that I gave earlier on the registrants and how many breeders and growers that we have. And because the number of those raw numbers have decreased, obviously the registration revenue has also decreased for this year. So we're not actually on projection to be as much as last year. So if we could go to the next slide. And then this is really a breakdown of the costs of the personnel services and the operating expenses. And then you can see that our largest expense is actually county agreements. And so that is what we reimburse the county for registration activities and for enforcement activities related to non-compliance, as well as a small portion for outreach. But really, this is the expenditures that go to counties that are registering hemp growers and hemp breeders. And we can go to the next slide. And this is just a further breakdown of the revenue along with the expenditures, and then some broken out line items so that you guys can see. I think you guys have wanted a little bit more detail on this in the past, if I understand. Our staff has really broken out here what the revenue categories are for each year and for each line item related to expenditures, and then and as well as registration fees and what we've been able to capture. And I think that the highlights are pretty consistent. Did you have anything to add? Sorry.
No.
I have a question, Natalie, if you don't mind.
Okay, Jack, if you could say your name before you talk, please.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
This is Jack Norton with IHAB. So I have a question about you have, it looks like maybe this chart is a bit out of date because you still have the $660,000 filler number in your calendar year 21-22 projection, where you just, in a previous slide, you just mentioned it looked like that number was going to be about $120,000 or $190,000. So it looks like that cell is out of date. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Potentially. I'm not familiar with it being a filler. Is that because of...
Well, registration fees, projection 21.
Can I help answer that?
Yes, please, Kapua.
Hi, this is Kapua Kahumoku. So Jack, fiscal year 21-22 has not been completed yet. So we do anticipate there's potentially more funds, revenue coming in. And so what we have done is put that placeholder there instead. If you want, we can change it and then send it back to you guys so you guys can see that additional, what that looks like. But at this point, for 21-22 and 22-23, that filler is still in there because, of course, again, that this year has not been completed yet.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't request a change. I just want to make sure I was reading it right. It seems like if the number is maybe triple what it looks like it's going to be. So
that's a really good point. Yeah, if we go back to that previous slide of revenue, I think it's slide number 2. You can see that, now that it's given that we are already in March and the current revenue is only at 121,000 or 121,950 for this year. Yeah. We're definitely not on projection. I think it's just more conservative to keep the placeholder just because we really don't know when to enter, and registrations are still coming in. So we just don't really know. And that number has been fluctuating so much. So if, as Kapo said, we can provide the current status with the caveat that those numbers really, we won't know them until probably after June, really. So if that makes sense, we can go back to the last slide, and you guys should all have this in your packets. So I believe that we put this to the board. If you have questions regarding the current fund conditions, and this looks very similar again, because we have been meeting so frequently. I think this board met 6 weeks ago. So not a lot has changed. And so if there are questions now, as far as the board members go, we can address those and go from there.
Thank you, Natalie. Any questions for Natalie on the board?
I'm taking a quick look, Natalie, at my emails, and I don't appear to have this in my packet. It's not. I may be totally wrong, and maybe another member of the board could.
Yes, sorry. So my apologies. Yes, my apologies. This actually is going to be distributed after the meeting because this was not in the meeting packet, and this was not part of the materials that were for your review. So we are going to distribute this after the meeting. I think that's why Kapua asked if you wanted us to update that number before we distribute this PowerPoint presentation. And you said that was not necessary. Is that correct?
Well, I would defer to Rob and Justin on the budget and registration task force if that was something that they thought was prudent to do with you guys' time.
All right.
But I personally want to make sure I was correct in my thinking.
Yes, you will receive this presentation. Sorry, I got confused with the other materials that got distributed to you. This goes out after today's meeting. This goes out to board members.
Thank you, Jack, for the clarification, because I was looking through my papers too.
Absolutely. No problem, Richard.
Sorry about that. I think I can still lean on I'm new. So
that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions for Natalie from the board?
I guess one quick question, and if you don't have an answer, that's okay. One of the registration slides you guys recently showed had 345 registered grower sites. I guess let's say it had 370 total registered sites. And off the top of my head, the registration fee is about $900. So it seems like we would have collected closer to, $300,000 in fees at this point in time with 371 registered sites. Maybe a large amount of those are kind of end loaded into April, May, and June, and so that number may come up closer to the $300,000 mark over time. That would just an observation, I guess.
Yeah, I think I would defer to Kapua as to this, but as far as that number goes, is this revenue that we have received, is there a little bit of a delay there between the numbers of registrants and the actual revenue that has been received? Is that the case? Or do you have a better understanding of what to account that disparity for?
Hi, everyone. This is Loxan. You're absolutely correct, Natalie. So there is a disparity, and it's because since the counties collect the fees, there is a delay in them transferring the fee to us. So with that, there is that delay. So if you notice on the second slide here in regards to the revenue update, it's just pending future adjustments. So if there's necessary, if we need to adjust it to based on how many registrants were actually was issued in that fiscal year, we could make that adjustments to reflect properly. At this time, this is just when we collected the money from the counties and deposited into CDFA's account and such. So that's why there's a discrepancy in the registration number matching with the registration fee.
Thank you, Locke.
Thank you, Locke. Any other questions from the board for Natalie? Okay, no hands are up. Any public comments on this agenda item?
Richard, this is Locke. I don't see any written comments or any hand raises from the public.
Okay, thank you.
I think we just got a public comment on chat.
Yes, from Tyler Rood. Could you please provide clarity on personnel expenses?
If we could pop to that slide really quick. Oh, is there, can we go one more, I think? Because that one has personnel expenses by year, right? There we go. Yes, so you can see that the personnel expenses for starting in 2016, this program was just starting. And so they initially went up. And so you can see that they're sort of peaking around 2020, 2021. But they went down. So this really is that the staff has actually been fluctuating. So my understanding is that this program has been projected to have 1 administrative support staff and then 3 scientists and a supervisor. Additionally, there's some support. There's some support, obviously, that is provided by the program director and things like that. And so I'm not really sure as to, I guess I could provide clarity as to the fluctuating in staff. So this program actually had several staff who promoted out of the program at the middle of last year. And so, like I said, the supervisor leaving and then some scientists leaving, and then a staff services assistant leaving as well. So that has been, that has dropped, but the we're getting back up to staffing. And so obviously, because we're not providing an org chart or a breakdown, really, I think that's a little bit too granular for this context, but the costs of staff, personnel costs have actually decreased in the last year due to those staffing changes and the fact that we have not been able to backfill those positions yet. Hopefully that answers some questions, but that's sort of in a more general sense what has been happening with the program is that staff has moved out. We are transitioning and trying to backfill those positions so that the program can catch up with registrations. And I believe now that has started more questions. So I want to make sure that I understand and am interpreting the question correctly. And so it looks like there are a couple of those questions. So Richard, do you call on those participants?
I have a question also that brings
Okay. How do we, what's generally the protocol? Do we go to board first and then public questions?
Yes, Natalie.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so I think you can go ahead, Jack.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Just if you could quickly reiterate I think you called them the projected roles from the personnel services.
Yes. If I could clarify what those roles were.
Even just, you said what they were. If you could say them again so I could make a note.
Oh, what the staffing was. So that's not necessarily who we're going to hire. That is just when a program is has the original inception, they do a workload analysis and what work needs to actually potentially be done given what the regulatory requirements of that program are. And so this program originally was, I believe, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, the program was projected to require, due to the workload, a few scientists. I think it was 3 scientists, maybe. And I could be wrong about that. So maybe I shouldn't specifically quantify that. But the program is not currently fully staffed. So. But there was a supervisor, and I'm not sure that the program actually ever has been fully staffed. I'm not sure as far as those projections, but I think, does that
Natalie,
answer?
did you want to?
Yes, please,
Do you want me to
Josh.
provide a little bit of clarification on this? So
yes, Josh
what
has a
Natalie's
lot more
referring
history.
to, what Natalie's referring to is authority for hiring. So anytime the state hires somebody, we have to have authority. We have to have a position that is allocated by the legislature. And so every position, we actually have an allocation of positions from the legislature. And so with the implementation of this program, we had a budget change proposal, I believe in 2019. I'm not exactly confident on the date, that would provide the program with position authority, not money, but position authority to be able to hire. And so at that time, the projection was based off of other similar sized programs. And so we requested authority for a senior environmental scientist supervisor, which is Natalie's position. I believe it's 3 or 4 environmental scientists, as well as 1 associate governmental program analyst, which would be like the administrative position. That's Kapua's position. And so we have budget authority for either 5 or 6 positions existing. However, obviously the number of positions that we fill or actually have filled at any given time can fluctuate. And so right now, again, Natalie's looking at trying to backfill some of those positions that had previously been filled. Did that answer your question, Jeff?
Absolutely. Thank you, Josh.
Okay, cool. And then just another kind of small point of clarification here. So regarding personnel expenses and projection, the projection is usually assuming that the program is fully staffed and is going to spend its full budget authority that's been requested. For this program, that's generally not the case. Obviously, we have not been fully staffed for a number of years. And so we don't anticipate fully expending personnel costs each year. And so again, moving forward, that will fluctuate a little bit as we have vacancies and go seek to fill those. And then those personnel costs do include portions of Natalie's supervisor and her supervisor, which would be me. And I believe I've got 1 or 2 support staff as well that get charged a small percentage, but the bulk of those personnel costs are direct charges for the staff that are working full-time on the program. Hopefully that answered everybody's question.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks.
Do we have any more public comments on this agenda item? for Natalie?
Richard, Justin has his hand raised. Justin, go ahead and speak.
Okay.
I just had a quick question, and thanks for that explanation, Josh, that came up while you were explaining it. I believe you said we're hiring 3 environmental scientists, or need to hire 3 environmental scientists, something along the lines. But my question is about the environmental scientists. Do we have to hire an environmental scientist? Because a lot of this seems like more of like administrative work, which I know that the people have to have a background and understanding of, what they're working on and developing. But is that something that is specific to plant? Like, since it's in a plant, the plant division, in your division that you're, heading up there, Josh, does that have to be those types of people that are specific to plant, or can you pull from other divisions within the department or hire other things other than these environmental scientists for those specific roles? Or is it specific that we need to hire those types for those duties? And then I guess a follow-up to that would be, where in regulation does it state we have to hire those people? And just trying to understand that. Thank you.
Sure. So Justin, just a point of clarification, I'll go ahead and take this one, Natalie. The environmental scientist classification and series is a very broad classification that we use throughout state service. It's used by a number of different agencies. It's a very broad scientific classification. And so any staff that do any type of scientific programmatic work, that's a position that we use as an environmental scientist. It would handle anything from people that are out working in the field to people working on establishing regulations or assisting counties with, providing training to counties on doing any type of scientific type work, biology type work. It's a very broad classification. So it's a classification that we use very broadly. It's not specific to seeking someone with specifically like an environmental scientist degree, environmental science degree from a university or anything like that. It's a very broad classification. That said, the department can reclassify positions as needed based off of need. There's a process that we go through internally to do that. If we feel that the workload has shifted away from an existing classification and towards a different one, and there's an internal process that we go through. The classifications themselves and the process that we go through is a mixture of California state laws and regulations that are, again, generally outside of CDFA, as well as certainly union agreements as well, and making sure that we're meeting all of those obligations also. But yeah, it's a very broad classification, but really anybody that's doing any type of scientific type work, including say reviewing registration applications, reviewing or assisting counties in any type of scientific program, administration and enforcement work, those would all fall within that environmental scientist classification series. And most of our field staff, office scientific staff, supervisors, managers are all within that same classification series that, again, is very broad and is used by a wide range of departments of the state.
Understood. No, great clarity. And just to confirm, so if anybody with that environmental science level, they can apply for this job anywhere within from state. Doesn't have to be necessarily CDFA, or doesn't necessarily have to be from plant. Anywhere, anybody that has that level of employment can apply for that position. Then you guys basically put out the RFP or whatever for anybody at that position to fill that role.
Sure. So Justin, the state has a civil service hiring process that we are required to follow. And so we go through that. I don't recall the exact the route that all takes, but all positions that we hire for are posted on the state hiring website, the appropriate state hiring websites with the required job postings. That classification, the environmental scientist classification, is an entry-level position. Well, it ranges all the way from entry level all the way up to full journey level. So it is a very broad classification as well. And it is absolutely an open posting, open position, open application. That series in particular is openly available. It's an online exam. It's open for anyone to apply, and then it goes through just, again, the civil service hiring process that all state agencies have to go through when hiring. We are not those are not contract employees or anything like that. We're not going out for a request for offer, request for proposal, anything like that. It's going through civil service hiring. And so if you want more information on that, offline staff I'm sure would be happy to provide you with links to the appropriate CalHR sites that can provide more information on the civil service hiring process and where and how to search for that sort of information there.
No, that's great, Josh. I really appreciate it. And then my last point on that, I guess, would be, can we direct staff at this point to send the specific link to where that RFP or that request for that position is currently being promoted at or marketed through? I'm assuming that that's something that's active, that's available. If you could send us that exact link and maybe those details, Josh, that you just said about the whole process, that would be great. You know, maybe we'll be able to get it out to some people we know to get that position filled.
Yeah, Justin, let me have staff connect with you offline, and they can try to make sure that we've got what your request is and provide you with links and information. Again, the job postings are public, or they're posted to the state website, and they can provide you with some more information on that.
Yeah, we could just have that specific link where that position is being, online, this form or whatever, or if it's a set of links, so we can find and we can see that, the public can see that. I'm assuming that's something that the public can view, that doesn't have to be an employee of the state. So if you guys could send that to me, that would be great. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Justin. Josh, do we have any more comments from the board or public comments on this agenda item for Natalie?
Richard, we do have some hand raises from the public.
Okay.
So Josh Snyder, Josh, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself. And
Hi
you
there.
have three minutes to provide your comments.
Thanks so much. This is Josh Schneider from the Hemp Farmers Guild. One of the challenges that I think we face right now is the number of registrants versus the costs of the program. I'm constantly hearing from our farmer members how frustrating the interfaces are with the counties and the CDFA. And given the cost of communication between CDFA and the counties over the past year, it seems that the program is confusing, complicated, and is costing everybody a lot of money just in talk. Given the number of permittees or licensees that have fallen so dramatically, what is CDFA's plan when next year we have only 50 farmers, when this program has to be paid for statutorily by the license fees? Are we going to see 2022, 2023, the license fees have to be raised to $50,000 to $500,000 a piece? I mean, this seems to be a bit of a death spiral, and the regulations keep getting more complicated, so the costs keep going up for everyone involved in compliance. And so I'm curious as to how CDFA plans to address that.
Hi, thank you for your question. So Justin, we actually have a registration and fees task force that is working on addressing this question. And so we met this previous month and they will be presenting at this meeting. And moving forward, we do hope to address the disparity. While the fees we hear that the fees are onerous on growers, you can also see from the spreadsheet that they also are not meeting the requirements of the program as far as not just this program, but also the cost to counties. So that is something that we are addressing in the coming months with Justin and Rob. And so if maybe Justin and Rob want to address that further, we can, but that from a programmatic standpoint is where we are at in those conversations. And if you have anything to add, Justin and Rob, we had an in-depth conversation earlier this month and plan to be speaking next month as well. So I would defer to them as well.
Well, that's encouraging that CDFA is now actually interested in what the IHAB thinks, given the difficult nature of getting information about the state plan out of CDFA after multiple requests from the board. And there was no consultation with the board before submitting that plan to the USDA. And then once approved, it was shared with the note that changes will now have to be made legislatively. So I think that we're encouraged, Natalie, and welcome to the challenging world of hemp. We're encouraged to see that you're going to be working with the program and helping make the changes necessary as we move from cannabinoid hemp to food and fiber hemp. We believe there are some real opportunities for California farmers in hemp, but we definitely have to get some improved communication out of CDFA, both to the board and to licensed hemp farmers who regularly complain about difficulty in getting communication and information from CDFA. So I'm excited about that prospect of some positive changes through the committee and also through your involvement. So thank you.
And if I could just to speak to Josh's point there, thanks Josh for the participation.
Excuse me, who is
Justin?
Thank you.
Hello, this is Justin. Thanks, Richard. In any case, we are working to create more transparency. We've proposed a good list of questions as a starting point to better understand what exactly is going on and how do we maybe direct it from our standpoint as a board to make the program more efficient, and also not only in the communication but in budgetary aspects. And the big thing that I'm hoping today that we'll get some answers about some of those questions that we've been proposing, along with getting answers about how we can actually structure as a board with committees and having people, Josh, like yourself and other peoples of the public, involvement in those committees specifically. And Josh Kress, I'm not sure if you were able to get that answer about the involvement of outside people from the board to be involved with the committees and how that works, whether they can actually be appointed to the committee or not. But I think that's key at this point, is that we really get the stakeholders in industry involved so they can apply their resources to put forth ideas through this process that supports the board, creating proper regulation in conjunction with the department that will create transparency and allow us to get the work done that we need to get done, while not frustrating those that want to participate in the industry because they feel like they're not able to get a clean, concise answer in a timely fashion, especially in the fact that we're in agriculture and plants and seasons don't wait for us to make decisions. So thanks for the participation there, Josh. And I'm not sure, Josh Kress, if we could get an answer about how committees and getting those people involved, maybe that'll come up in the budget and fee presentation.
Thank you,
Justin. Appreciate your question. Just a quick update. No, I don't have any additional information on that yet, but we will get back to you on that as soon as we've got some information. Thanks.
Do we have any further discussion from the board or the public on this agenda item for Natalie?
Yes, Richard, we still have two more hand raises. So Chris
Okay.
Boucher. Chris, I went ahead and asked you to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Oh, thank you. My name's Chris Boucher. I'm CEO of the Farmtiva. We're a hemp seed breeder and hemp farmer down here in San Diego. I'm also a member of the Hemp Farmers Guild and a director. And first of all, I just want to welcome Natalie. It's a breath of fresh air to have some new leadership, especially since this whole program is so in the red and it's kind of spiraling down, and to have someone that sounds enthusiastic about hemp and how we can achieve our goals is definitely a positive thing. And I'll keep my question real quick. And again, it's kind of follows in line with Josh had mentioned. My question is there a plan to streamline the expenses and just the redundant procedures? I mean, all the farmers we know, the procedure of just pre-harvest, post-harvest, registering seed. I mean, one seed can be registered in 50 counties through the same entire process. So when you start, calculating the numbers, how can this redundancy be streamlined? Because I mean, from what I've seen, and I've had a hemp license since the beginning, and we've probably registered the same seed like 500 times. So my question is if that can be streamlined and the board can maybe put that into their thought process. And that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I think we have a final comment from Jeff.
And Jeff, I went ahead and asked you to unmute yourself, so if you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, ma'am. Good day, all. Jeff Nunes, California hemp producers. We, from field to fork is what we're looking at. We see a huge difference in the growing cost and also the utilization of fertilizer and the utilization of water, which is really important here in California. The price difference that we see on obtaining the end use is definitely between flower, which is being grown for smokable or extractions, compared to the price that we're going to be getting for seed grain and fiber and food production. It's night and day. We really need to see a difference in pricing for people who are going to be growing grain compared to somebody who's growing flower. We can understand if the farmers were allowed to sell their byproducts in the extraction realm, because there is THC left over for sure, especially if we remediate the THC. From my understanding, are we going in the extraction realm? Are we asking the extraction of hemp to be loaded in with the same contingency as marijuana extraction? And also with the price difference of what we're going to be getting if we grew flower for smokable compared to grain for fuels or even food, would we be able to see a price difference for registration if we are doing grain compared to flower?
Good question. Thank you.
And Richard,
Yeah.
and that's all the public comments we have.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. Let's move on to discussion led by Task Force Member Kevin Johnson.
Hey, real quick, Richard, I'm sorry to jump in here. This is Justin, representing the Hemp Farmers Guild here on the board. I just wanted to make sure that we kind of give everyone, that speaks, maybe try to at least as a board, respond to them. Like that last guy, Jeff, I believe his name was. I think he did a great job laying some stuff out and maybe like providing, feedback to these people. So, to speak maybe to Jeff's point, a suggestion would be that there's been a lot of approved USDA plans or state plans approved by the USDA. There's some really great language available, and looking at some of those states, I think would be a worthwhile effort of everyone on the board to say, what's working and not working for the USDA, because ultimately, that's who the department is answering to. We've found some really great language in the Vermont. But I do believe our state plan's been approved as well and currently active. So I just wanted to put that out there and want to make sure that us as a board and Richard, that, we kind of, each person that calls in, as this is our industry, we kind of try to address them and keep them engaged. So, if they don't, like you're saying that, to us, that, who are you? What's your name? Can you put your contact information inside the comments, in the message, if they're able to do that, that'd be great. So we can really keep track of this and continue to get more people engaged. That's all. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for your comment. Yeah, the last speaker, I like what he had to say about the different pay structure, but I have no answer. Do you have an answer, Josh or Natalie?
Well, this is Rob Porcella. I just wanted to address his question as well. And thank him for his comments, because this is something that we have had discussions with in our private meetings. And yes, definitely the difference between grain and fiber and cannabinoid production is something that has been discussed, and we're in agreement. We would like to find a path for, separate registration processes, because they're grown very differently. We realize that, and it is something that's been brought up. It's something that we're looking to address going forward. And yeah, so your comments are welcomed and received. And like like Justin said, we're happy to connect with you if you leave your information for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more hands up, Kapoor?
Hi, Richard, this is Locke. I don't,
Oh.
there is, I don't see, there actually is. There is some written comments really quickly from Ione Ewan. Observation, a different registration fee for different products will require additional administrative time, which will most likely increase costs rather than reducing costs. And then Jeff did provide his contact information. And then Wayne, I think it's to comment on another question. It's a simple answer is no, because it requires legislative funding and change. And that concludes all of I don't see any other written comments or any other hand raises.
Okay, thank you, Locke. Okay, we'll move on then. We have a discussion led by Task Force member Kevin Johnson.
Hi, this is Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kevin.
Were we going to hear on the agenda, it's, the one above me was report on budget and registration fees. Were we going to hear that?
Yeah, I was expecting to possibly hear something from Rob and Justin after Natalie's presentation.
Okay, well, let's go back to registration fees.
So obviously I mentioned that we met with Rob and Justin earlier, and so I'm going to defer to them. Do you have any specific items to present on this agenda item? Now would be the time.
I think the main thing to give an update on that is that, and Rob's on the phone as well, so he'll be able to speak to some of these points, but our big focus right now is to understand where the revenue is going and how it's and where it's coming from. And then also, the disbursements of that and overall operations, the cost on that. So it's been a fact-finding mission at this point. We proposed a list of questions that we've discussed, at this, at the last, budget and fee tax meeting. And so we're just looking to get those answers at this point. I guess I would really just see, to staff, what, how is that going? Like I was just asking about the committees, and there's been, to get other people to participate. It sounds like Josh Kress said, no further update at this time. And so our big thing is just, how do we get, the answers that we're looking for? I know how busy you guys are. And the other side of that is the questions that we're proposing. So until we're really ready to give, a full detailed report on how we're going to approach this, and we're also devising a plan, just updates for the board and any stakeholders listening. Our approach here is to get a directive with goals and defining, what we're trying to accomplish, fixing any problems that have already been addressed and identified, and then looking to work with stakeholders to propose further questions about, things that they may have issues with. Ultimately, around budget, our expectation is that the board will be consulted on any decisions being made, not necessarily, what to spend day to day, but, hiring or, whatever that is. I do believe that is it within power of the board to direct staff that say, hey, we need to get more money so we can hire more people to do this job. And I think that, that's our ultimate focus with the budget and fee is how do we get this thing out of the red? What's the plan to get there? Continually asking questions to devise some sort of solutions for this inadequate funding source and development of this program to ultimately be able to fund it to hire more people so we can build out this program so we can help the industry and stakeholders and grow to the level that we expect it to, especially with grain and fiber and all these other large industries coming up. So at this point, maybe what would be great, and Rob, I'm not sure if do you have anything to add to that? Maybe I'll just give a second, see if Rob wants to add anything further on to, as far as our overall directive and what we have to report right now.
No, I think you basically covered it because this is still, like you said, a fact-finding effort on our part, and just looking for transparency in the budget and trying to identify any shortcomings and some of the things that we've identified as redundancies and additional excess billing, maybe through a lack of clear communication between CDFA and counties with the county agreements. So we don't have a presentation at this point. This is ongoing, and we're looking for answers at this point. So
100%, I'm with you, Rob. And maybe Rob, at this point, and staff, maybe you could give us some clarity. Maybe it'd be good to put forth the questions that we're proposing as public. Maybe people can see the questions that we're proposing and the answers that are getting returned, and maybe people can build upon that. And I would really propose to the board at this point, if anybody has a question about budget, if you could submit it, in the chat now, or I know we're not allowed to necessarily email, to length about specific agenda items, but maybe if, staff, if you could, if you receive questions from the board, if we could consolidate those into those meetings that we're having on budget and fee, that would be great. And board, at this point, if you do have a specific question, I know we're really trying to kind of get things done. This is not necessarily a forum to go deep into discussion, but if anybody of the board has a question about budget, please propose it either now or in writing in the chat or in the email to staff where they could share with us in those budget and fee meetings. I think that would be a great approach and starting point for us to understand that. So please, propose any questions and we'll work to get that. And also, staff, can we show the questions that we submitted and can we get those answers kind of, and maybe that'd be part of the process as reporting is these are the questions and things that we're working on, and here's some answers back so we can actually have something to report back to the board so we can give better recommendations as a collective unit.
Hi, Justin. This is Natalie. So my understanding is that you would like to have industry representatives who are on this call submit their questions to the chat box, and maybe we would record, obviously those would be recorded through this meeting, and maybe that you would bring those questions to your task force and use that to inform steps going forward for the fees and regulations registrations task force. Is that correct?
Yes, or email them to you, whatever, acceptable form of communication so that can come back to us, the board members, for the meetings. That'd be great.
I would defer to Josh just because he probably knows the rules better, but I believe that people can submit to the chat if you would like to consolidate those questions somewhere, but I would defer to Josh as to the meeting rules and how that information can be consolidated for your sub-task force review.
Yeah,
Josh,
Justin, so for other board members, if you have things that you'd like Justin and Rob to look into further as part of their assignment, looking into the budget and registration fees, please let them know that now during this public meeting to make sure that we are being clear on that. Those outside communications, even if it's going through staff, could be construed as being serial communications, and we wouldn't want to run into any issues there. So it would be ideally, go ahead and please provide those to Justin and Rob now. Either it looks like Jack's got his hand raised or in the chat, and let us know that now. Anyone else, Justin and Rob, if you have people outside of the board that would like to speak with you or that you have questions or suggestions, I mean, you're welcome to speak with people outside of the board as part of your work on this in this assignment. And if they reach out to you directly, that would also be fine. So, that part is fine, but just making sure for board members, please go ahead and state if you've got something to add to the conversation, please do so now while we're all in the public meeting here.
Thank you, Josh.
Hey guys.
Jack, go ahead, Jack.
Jack here. I have something I'd like to ask. Thank you for that, Josh. Richard, if you don't mind. So it is apparent simply that to balance the budget, we need to either raise more money through raising fees or cut costs. A third option that is kind of far away is receiving another source of funding like this. But that would require some active legislation, from my understanding. So in the spirit of needing to either raise fees or cut costs to balance the budget, I would be interested to have more details on the county agreements, that being the largest line item. 1.6 million, I think, was the projected for currently. If we had more information on what those basic categories of what those charges are for from the county, we might be able to identify ways that we could streamline that. For example, through the Rules and Regulations Task Force, we might see some kind of onerous regulation that could be streamlined in order to reduce costs. We have one of those identified that we'll share in the task force meeting. That'd be great.
Thank you, Jack.
Kevin Johnson here. I have a question about, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, Kevin.
Okay. I have a question on the registration fees. Last year, the board voted to raise it to $1,500. And is that going forward, or is it just kind of in limbo right now? And I guess maybe Natalie or Justin might answer that.
I believe that, so this was a little bit before my time, but I believe that back when the proposal was to increase the fees, I think, to $2,000, and we did not want to do that because we thought that would be, the program thought that would be specifically too onerous on individual growers. So I believe that the fee has remained the same. Josh, please correct me if I am wrong.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So the board made a motion to raise the fee to $2,000 per grower, which would not have covered program costs and would also have certainly not equitably raised fees in any for individual growers in any way, shape, or form. And so I know that Justin and Rob have continued discussions and had discussions around, an alternative fee structure proposals, and that's the intent of their task force, is to look at that and determine if they are going to come forth with any sort of fee proposal. CDFA is required to raise fees to a level that's going to meet our expenditures. And so, we appreciate the feedback and input from Justin and Rob going through this process on how best to do that to ensure that costs are covered, and to do so in a way that's hopefully more equitable and will actually meet the needs of programming counties. But CDFA has not $2,000 increase at this time.
Thank you, Josh. And thank you, Rob and Justin. Also,
yeah, definitely. To the chair, if I could, I just wanted to address Kevin's and Jack's comments. I believe that the goal, and please give me feedback on this, from what we think, is that the goal should be to keep the fees low and to drive the program registrations up, we believe that there will be more revenue for the program based on processors and handlers, because those are CDFA approaches of how they monetize their programs. We don't think that some of the processing and handling of hemp will go to the CDPH. I'm excited to hear what the person that's set to present today on the agenda item about AB 45 and how that's going to be laid out by CDPH, but I don't believe fees need to rise. I believe the program needs to be further developed so we can, if anything, lower the fees and have more registrations and more licenses within the program. And and we believe that the goal should be replicating agriculture permits and licensing to have the hemp model fit within that, not to where the programs have to fit within hemp, because this is an agriculture commodity that is federally legal due to the 2018 Farm Bill, and we're expecting to treat it as such.
Thank you. Do we have any more discussion from the board regarding this agenda item? Any public comments on this agenda item?
Richard, I don't see any written comments or any hand raises.
Okay, well, let's move on. And next.
And real quick, Richard, sorry to step back in there. I just wanted to make sure that we got the directive for staff of where any proposed questions, whether it's email from the board or from stakeholders, however those questions come in, whether it's in the chat or I don't know if someone could take notes if someone says a question or if they're emailed, but if we could make sure that staff is consolidating that information and then presenting that to us, the members, the board members of the committee, myself and Rob Porchella, so we could discuss and follow up with those questions in our committee meetings. Thank you, I appreciate that. Just want to make sure, Chair, if you could make sure that they got that and that they're going to get that done. I really appreciate it, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you. So Natalie.
Yeah,
who would
Justin, I'll go ahead and clarify this for you, Justin. So just to clarify, yes, any inquiries or information regarding this issue will be forwarded to you and Rob. Again, we just want to make sure for other board members, any emails outside of this board meeting would be likely considered a serial communication. And so if you do have comments or anything for Justin and Rob, I know we've already got a few, please make sure that you note those during the meeting today. And we'll go ahead and make sure that those are accounted for as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, next up is a discussion led by Task Force member Kevin Johnson.
Right, hi, this is talking about legislative updates. There's a new California bill called SB 1656, and it was introduced January 14th by Assemblywoman Aguiar Curry's office. And what this bill does, it changes MRSA to allow cannabis licensees, such as dispensaries, cannabis manufacturers, and distributors to sell products that contain industrial hemp. So I thought it was important to bring this up since we are all, a lot of us are industrial hemp farmers. And I spoke with Aguiar Curry's office about the bill a couple times, and their intention for this bill is to open up the dispensary market to allow hemp sales. This bill will move, it's just been introduced, so it's starting to move through the legislative process. First, it's going to go through the committees, back to the Assembly and to the Senate for a vote. Speaking with Curry's office, they've indicated to me that they're open to input from our board or our industry on any other hemp-related issues. The next big legislation that might be coming up soon is the inhalable hemp products tax. And this was part of AB 45. And it looks like it might come through the governor's budget review process in May as a trailer bill. And I've talked to the governor's office and trying to get information on this. What they haven't been, well, trying to get information from things they haven't released yet is kind of difficult, but they suggested that any information about this budget revised process that inhalable products tax might be in would be for our board to write a letter to them asking specific questions about it. So, I'm wondering if the board would be interested in making an action item, maybe on the next meeting, to craft a letter with our questions and concerns for the governor's office. And then the last thing, since this will be coming up in possibly in May, about the inhalable products tax, if any farmers are out there who grow or hope to grow smokable flower in the future might want to make calls to the governor's office and let their voices be heard. And that's about all I have on this. If there's any questions from the board or the public for discussion, yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item? Well, Kevin, I have one. You mentioned this tax on the smokable. Do you know what the tax they were going to do?
There's no indication yet from the governor's office how much it would be, even if it's on from manufacturers, growers, or on the retail side of it. So there's really, it's something that that's I'm assuming is being talked about it through the governor's office, as well as other stakeholders or the cannabis Department of Cannabis Control. I'm not sure yet.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item?
Yeah, this is Rob Porcella. Sorry.
Hi, Rob.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Rob.
My question is about the first bill you said was proposed. It says opening up the dispensaries to allow for industrial hemp product sales. As to my knowledge right now, dispensaries are not allowed to sell products that are raised as industrial hemp under the industrial hemp program. I'm just not clear on what the intent there is. It opening up dispensaries to allow industrial hemp growers to put their products into the dispensaries, or is it actually allowing cannabis producers to sell CBD or anything under the 0.3% THC or a different cannabinoid? My feeling is that they're trying to allow cannabis producers to sell our products in their channels without allowing us to get our products in there. I'm unclear on what the details are. Do you know anything more about that?
Sure. This this first change in MRSA, which is the Medical Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, which regulates cannabis licensees. It's their whole regulation program. So what they're doing is opening up, changing MRSA so that it opens up the possibilities of having industrial hemp being incorporated into the cannabis business profile or cannabis licensees. There's still a division between growing industrial hemp and California cannabis. In terms of a grower, so they still have to not be grown on the same premises.
Right.
And so what Curry's office indicated is they're trying to help the cannabis industry in terms of cannabis sales, because CBD is becoming a larger commodity out there, grown by by industrial hemp farmers. And so it appears that, I asked pointedly the question, will California industrial hemp farmers be able to sell their products through dispensaries and sell to cannabis manufacturers? And they said that is their intention. So I think
I'd like to see that in writing because
I think the Department of Cannabis Control will be involved in the rulemaking process of how industrial hemp farmers can participate in the cannabis market. So this is just the first of the legislation to kind of get that ball rolling. All of us that are hemp farmers are hoping that we can participate as another avenue for industrial hemp.
Well, definitely. And my first inclination is that it's probably not their intention to include us, but we may need to stay very vocal in making sure that our voice is heard before they enact anything, because like I said, my first inclination is that it would be exclusionary to industrial hemp, and that they're going to try to keep it for cannabis licensees only.
Right. Well, that's why it's important. Yeah, like you said, it's important to keep abreast of what's going on and make our voices heard, and try to be a part of the conversation.
Thank you for that.
Kevin, it
Yes.
sounds like you got the ball rolling. Would it be worthwhile to have somebody from the cannabis board at a future meeting?
I think that would be great. I've written to the CDCC, and I haven't gotten any response yet, but it's something that would be great if they would be interested in coming and seeing if they would like to incorporate with us.
Yeah, if you can keep pursuing that, Kevin, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
And this is Justin Eve, to the chair, if I could, to Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin, it would be great, a couple things. I think getting presentations from the other agencies involved that are touching hemp, whether it be CDPH or the BCC, county agriculture commissioner Lisa's on the board, but if we get them, the organizations that touch hemp, Sheriff's Association, I know we have Dave, but if they could present as to maybe their issues, or with this legislative, specifically you, Kevin, if you reach out to them and say, hey, could you come and report, to us, give a 15-minute presentation or whatnot on how this piece of legislation, for instance, with AB 45 that's enacted, how does that affect, the relationship here, and then this proposed legislation, like 1656 that we're looking at. It would be great, Kevin, if you could find out who's supporting the bill. With the Hemp Farmers Guild, we're hiring lobbyists to where they give us information about who's the private enterprise that's paying whomever to put forth this bill. Those are all public actions, that the lobbyists have to report in financial statements and things like this. So, Kevin, I know that, we're not supposed to communicate directly in specifics to this agenda item, but if there's something that I could do to help, connect you with some people that could help you do more research, or maybe Kevin, if you propose to get another committee member with you or someone from the outside, you know, from the stakeholders to participate with you. I wish I had more time that I would be involved in a specific, but you know, if there's some way that I can be of assistance, please let me know. But specifically finding out who is the private industry stakeholders that are proposing this legislation, that should be information in I believe if Josh or Natalie could confirm, is it okay if I send Kevin a link up to where he could get information? Like, can I send him information about, oh, here's, check this out or check that out? Not directing, I'm just saying, oh, here, maybe this will help with research. Is that allowed under Bagley-Keene? And then also to you, Kevin, you know, because that's what I'd like to see is more details on reporting as these things. It's great to see who's behind the bills, so we as industry can reach out to them and kind of work in collaboration.
Yeah. Well, one thing we could do is you know, the board could craft a letter if there's any concerns or if we have questions, and then we could pass that on to CDFA and see if they, you know, would be interested in passing those on. Because I have talked to staff and their our staff, and they are open to having questions passed on to those agencies. And I have forwarded a couple questions already to Kapow and got some response already. So if there's any other board members that have questions pertaining to these two bills that we'd like to have staff pass on to those agencies, it sounds like our staff is fine with that.
Yeah, Kevin, I'd like to say a couple words, Jack Norton. So I don't exactly understand the trepidation over this. This sounds like a net positive thing. It seems quite simple. If we're clarifying that another sales channel is available for hemp, this is good for hemp. And this increases the market size. I mean, if hemp products can be sold in dispensaries, which I think they can to some extent, and this is clarifying that maybe cannabinoids, extracts, and derivatives, particularly, this might have been the murky area, can be sold in dispensaries. This increases the market size for hemp. This is good for hemp growers, producers, and sellers. Maybe there's more competition in the selling market, but that's good for the consumer. And it also seems like it opens up, I know a lot of farmers are interested in flower. It opens up a channel for hemp flower to be sold in dispensaries, as long as there is we get past this tax that needs to be enacted, obviously. That seems like it really increases the size of the California market and seems fantastic. And the bill seems quite simple on its face.
Yeah, I think these are positive changes. The 1656, in my opinion, as well as the inhalable products tax, because right now, in terms of the inhalables products tax, smokable hemp flower or inhalable hemp products is, you know, banned in California at this point. So anywhere we go from here to help, you know, growers that are growing smokable flower is somewhere that we're not. It's in a more positive direction. And I just wanted to say that that Aguiar Curie's office did say that they, you know, they were open to having somebody speak at the board of, you know, the legislation that they're providing. So, you know, we're just kind of, you know, trying to figure out how we fit in as hemp farmers and the industrial hemp program.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Very good job there. Do we have any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item?
Richard, Vanessa did comment, wrote that would hemp farmers have to pay excise taxes? Vanessa, if you wanted to elaborate more, I did ask for you to unmute yourself if you want to elaborate.
Yes, good, this is Vanessa, Hemp farmer. I was just wondering if when you talk to them, if there was anything in regards of the taxes that usually cannabis farmers have to, sorry, hemp farmers, cannabis farmers do have to pay, 4% of their canopy or 1% of their nursery. So how would that affect hemp farmers if we want to move some of our product into a dispensary? Was that discussed at all?
Well, no, at this point, this is the changing MRSA is there. It's the first step to being having industrial hemp allowed to the cannabis licensees, manufacturers. So they're not even talking about that yet. As far as the inhalable products, it's kind of a thing where it would come through as a trailer bill through the governor's budget revision process. And so from what I understand, the governor doesn't release any of that information until the time, when they're doing it. And so it would be that process, would be kind of the governor would get together with whoever is supporting, doing the trailer bill and figuring out, okay, what kind of a tax are we looking at? Is it a retail tax? Is it a tax on farmers or producers? So at this point, I don't really know much about what they're planning to do. I've talked to what they call their advocates on different bills, and they have their ideas and their agendas. But as far as what's going to actually happen, I don't know yet.
Well, thank you so
if
much.
I could,
Great work.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut.
No, I was just saying that thank you so much because it's great work and great research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kevin.
To Kevin, this is Justin Eve. The question I had about it, or maybe comment, is that, do we see this as specific to ALMA and BCC distribution? Because I think the one thing we want to prevent is a taxation of any sort on hemp. We really want to see that the products maybe get taxed at the time of being sold, in standard taxation. But and maybe through the BCC, because of the way they're set up with their excise taxes, that they have to tax anything that goes through the door. That makes sense. But I think for us, we want to make sure that this is great. Yeah, we can sell to the dispensaries now. But we also want to make sure that some of that language, like some of the stuff around AB4, doesn't bleed over into distribution outside of the BCC. So that's, I think my question is this affecting anything outside of the BCC? And just to make sure that we don't put a tax on ourselves because this is a commodity and it gets taxed along the supply chain.
Right.
That was the comment.
I'm not sure. I don't think that our commodity will be taxed, but a tax to us, and I don't think it will be like we'll be able to sell. The idea is for hemp producers to sell to cannabis manufacturers who will add CBD to the their existing THC cannabis products. As far as the tax, it's the inhalable products and inhalable hemp products. And so, from what I've heard, but this is just, from what different people say, is that, this tax is gonna it's about, a smoking tax. There's so that's about, all I really know right now on that.
Yeah, Kevin, I'd like to comment, Jack Norton, that what you're saying seems logical to me. There are items that dispensaries sell that are or components of the items that they sell that are not marijuana, and those things are not subject to the taxes that the marijuana is subject to. For example, the cartridge of the vaporizer, the paper of the cigarette, or any other various things, the gelatin in the gummy. And so I would expect that from this language being very simple, that hemp would not suddenly fall into the marijuana taxes because it's not marijuana. Also, it seems like, except for the separate issue of flower needing to be taxed by legislation, a separate legislation. I think one of the things as hemp farmers that they should be thinking about, and processors, is if your products are going to go into legal marijuana products in California, they're going to need to meet the standards of those products, in particular Cat 3 testing for pesticides and other and heavy metals and so forth. So that will be a bar that is a little higher than the current bar of hemp, but not something that is impossible for farmers to meet at all. But it's something that if you are a farmer and you are interested in this future sales channel, that you might want to start learning about Cat 3 testing.
And it also, this is Kevin again, it also might be, part of the equation for AB 45 too, because that's part of AB 45 is to test industrial hemp products with those same cannabis contaminant guidelines.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
Do we have any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item? Any public comments on this agenda item?
Yes, Richard. So we do have 2 hand raises and some written comments. So Jeff, I went ahead and asked you to unmute yourself. If you can go ahead and speak, you have 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Nunes. I'm deemed a cannabis expert in the judicial realm, and the mere fact that we're having a struggle on differentiating hemp from cannabis, hemp is cannabis. You can make marijuana out of hemp. Marijuana's definition is the dried processed flower of the cannabis plant. So if you are growing hemp flower that's going to be carved up and put in a bag and expect someone to roll a joint or pack a bowl, that's marijuana. So the THC level has nothing to do with it. If cannabis sativa L is processed or smokable flower, is considered marijuana. So with us growing industrial hemp need to really
Jeff,
get
it looks like
all
we
on
have
the same
some
page.
difficulties. It sounds like we have a little bit of difficulties. Jeff, if you can just repeat what you just said, a couple moments.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm pulling over right now. Hold on, I apologize. Doing hands free. Okay, am I clear now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So cannabis can be industrial hemp or marijuana. Hemp can be turned into marijuana by its processing. So if we grow industrial hemp as a flower bush and we harvest that bush for smokable flower, that is considered marijuana. It doesn't matter the THC level at all. And with the outdoor varieties that everyone's thinking they're going to grow, with the grain industry coming, there's going to be so much pollen in the air. Growing flower for consumption, for marijuana, for selling to these clubs, it's not going to be good enough. So to understand that if you want to grow hemp flower because you're good at it, great, get a marijuana license, grow CBD flower indoor, and you sell it to these clubs. They're going to want stickers around every plant like they do the marijuana industry right now. They have tags for moms, tags for vegetation, tags for flowering plants. I'm pretty sure they're going to want the same thing if you're selling to the marijuana dispensaries. So with industrial hemp, pulp, hurd, seed, fiber, grain, root, that is industrial hemp. That's why we're having a major problem in confusion on us industrial growers trying to sell our byproduct to the marijuana industry so they can tax it correctly. So if I'm an extractor, I'm going to have high levels of THC that is being remediated so we can make requirements that meet the supplements of having 0.3% THC or less. Every extractor knows as soon as you turn this to crude, it's hot. It has an abundance of THC. Then you need to remediate that THC. What is that extractor supposed to do with that commodity? That extraction company can sell that to the THC market, get the taxes that will help fund our country and our state and this program. So if they're gonna label extraction companies the same thing as a marijuana high THC extractor, then the hemp biomass that is a byproduct of grain, or they're growing it specifically for biomass, then the end use, that contract will be the transparency the farmer needs to give the government. So if we're growing grain and we're not going to be harvesting marijuana, then it needs to be funded or taxed, or the funding for that operation needs to express that. So if we're growing marijuana, high CBD, low THC flower for the clubs, great, but that is not industrial hemp. That is marijuana. So what I would ask our board is to differentiate the difference between growing cannabis for marijuana end use and cannabis for
This
industrial.
guy's time is up. I'm sorry. How long does he get to speak?
No, I'm done. That was it.
Who's watching the clock?
I don't see it on my, okay. Do we have any other questions or public comments on this agenda item?
Yeah, so we have Josh Snyder. Josh, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thanks so much, Kapua. This is Josh Snyder with the Hemp Farmers Guild. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a lot of changes to the regulations. I agree with what Jack Norton said wholeheartedly. If indeed the actual realization of Aguiar Curry's AB 45 opens the THC market for CBD flower to be part of the recreational marijuana system, that is fantastic. But what I would say is believing that that's going to happen that way is completely a triumph of hope over experience with regard to the legislature and the CDFA. It seems to me that there have been very few attempts, if any at all, to decide or decipher what the impact of these regulations will have on the hemp industry. CDFA has made rules in a blind fashion, not consulting the industry and not consulting the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board. The Secretary of Agriculture has expressed less than zero interest about supporting a hemp program in the state. And the governor has pushed the hemp industry into the arms of the broken THC regulatory system that is smothering California's and indeed America's flagship cannabis industry under poorly considered, poorly implemented regulation. And so what I would love to see is the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board considering asking the legislature to do some cost benefit analyses on the actual industry that they're passing regulations purportedly to help, but which often end up being a millstone around their necks. It would be great if IHAB could encourage the secretary and the legislature to consider the impact of legislation on the hemp industry when that is, in theory, what they're meant to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comments? Laura?
Yes, I do have Chris Boucher with a hand raised. Chris, I went ahead and unmute you. If you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank the gentleman, Jeff, for basically the statements he made are exactly what the marijuana industry has been lobbying the last 2 years. They want hemp considered marijuana. I mean, this is the misinformation that has been spread to most of the politicians, and that's why AB 45 was put in place. And if we were on the front lines, I'm part of the Hemp Farmers Guild also, so dealing with Canopy, Aurora, the cannabis beverage industry, and all the marijuana lobby that pushed AB 45 is pretty much in line with what Jeff's statements were. And, you know, as a hemp grower and farmer for 30 years, hemp flower to smoke is not marijuana. But when you have high paid lobbyists and billion-dollar corporations pushing this statement and agenda, it's definitely a slippery slope. So I do thank him for revealing to the whole board and to whoever's listening that this is what we're up against. So again, that was my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this agenda item?
Yes, so Wayne has his hand raised. Wayne, you also submitted some written comments. I'm going to read that quickly first, Wayne. Who are the sponsors of this new bill? And it takes license fees from hemp farmers need to be the other way around. We need to contribute this value add new tax back by percentage to this program. And then additionally, you commented that the dispensaries can open new non-THC stores and no additional taxes are collected as it should be. And then Wayne, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, hi, good morning, everybody. Wayne Richmond, President, California Hemp Association, Regional State Leader for U.S. Hemp Building Association, and Communications Chair for the National Hemp Association Standing Committee of Hemp Organizations. I stand here with my colleagues, our coalition members, the Hemp Farmers Guild, and several of the members of the board who have expressed similar sentiments. This is a bill that on its face seemingly opens up a channel. However, if you listen to the new Department of Cannabis Control's recent meetings, even the marijuana industry is unhappy with their leadership in this so-called new department. You're right to say that it's going to continue to create blockades. One of the things that we've been at this for quite some time. We are the oldest hemp association in the state, actively involved since the beginning of this program. I'd like to welcome Natalie Jacuzzi to the action here at the table. I do have some questions, but I'll hold those for later. I do think we need to keep an eye on this. I would say that let us, maybe as a board, put out a request directly to Aguilar Curry's Chief of Staff and invite them to have conversations directly in this public forum where many questions, no doubt, could be asked, answered, and the public and this board would have an opportunity to have some direct input. I think that would be useful. So I'll stop it at that and leave my comments lie as they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
And then we also have a hand raised from Alex Dixon. Alex, he also submitted some written comments, so I'm going to read that first. The SE Labs concur with Jeff's sentiment about cannabinoids for drug or medicine use, as opposed to the industrial hemp, meaning all industrial uses beyond drug, medicinal cannabinoid production, as a different supply chain and how each should be taxed and regulated. Joanna did want to put additional comment to that. Is looking forward to the time when the law catches up to what we in the industry have known for a while, that the plan is either for human consumption or not in terms of testing requirements and land use impacts. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Alex. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Alec Dixon here from SC Labs, SC Laboratories out in California, Colorado, and and Oregon. So I just wanted to kind of share, I've shared this before on one of these board calls, but vast majority of what's currently being grown as industrial hemp is type 3 cannabis. It's high CBD, very low THC, but it's high resin, flower, drug producing cultivars. They're narrowly for widely drug types that produce in excess amounts of cannabinoid content in the resin of the plant. That is indistinguishable from hemp, and that is the type
Alex,
of plant
I'm
that's
going to
grown
stop
for-
you. It looks like we're hearing a little bit feedback on your end.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I apologize. So Alec Dixon here, SC Laboratories. I just wanted to make a comment on, the idea of separating what hemp is. Right, the word industrial hemp is a widespread word that's kind of pulling together what is actually hemp cultivars for fuel, fiber, kind of grain, et cetera, and then there's high resin flower producing drug cultivars that are there's type 1, type 2, and type 3 cannabis. Type 1 is really high THC, low CBD, etc. Type 2 are the mixed ratios of CBD to THC. Type 3 are really high producing CBD or even CBG, low producing THC, but they're indistinguishable from each other, and they're flower producing drug cultivars. Because of the 0.3% THC definition federally, you have drug cultivars of type 3 cannabis also simultaneously in this world of industrial hemp, which is a completely different looking plant. That's not really resinous producing, it's more fibrous type plant. And so vast majority of what's currently grown in the United States as hemp is for cannabinoid production and is type 3 cannabis. And anywhere you plant this type of cannabis or even industrial hemp, it's going to bioaccumulate or phytoremediate the toxins and contaminants from the soil from wherever the legacy region that those plants are being planted. And so I just really wanted to, echo and share kind of some of the sentiments of Jack, as well as Wayne, and just the understanding of that we need to kind of differentiate or delineate the differences between medicinal cannabinoid production in the world of hemp, as well as what we're talking about as fuel, fiber, grain, seed, et cetera. And those two different channels within hemp should be clearly taxed and regulated very differently. And in my opinion, in the future, it's going to be a decision tree. It's like you can't just plant drug cultivars of CBD in agricultural lands where, the last 40 years it was polluted and toxified with all the contaminants of agriculture in World War II. And so these contaminants are now going to come up through the cannabis plant. So in the future, part of the remediation process, it's a decision tree of, does this have all the concentrations of pesticides and heavy metals? If so, it needs to go straight to remediation in a way to either, remove those compounds so that the cannabinoids can be of use, or kind of go separate, go rope for 5 or 10 years on that land before you can even come to try to grow drug cultivars, because those are going to be,
Sorry,
so
Alex,
contaminated.
your
Thank
time
you.
has ended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have any other?
Yes, we do have Justin has his hand raised, and Justin, I'll let you speak. Let me just read the comments really quickly, Justin. So Chris Boucher says, hemp is not marijuana, whether or not you eat, smoke, or however you use it. Our poppy seeds heroin. And then Tyler Rood, written, federal law states industrial hemp products are less than or equal to 0.3% delta-9 THC, regardless of the final processing form, e.g., smokable flower, distillate, etc. Any California legislation that seeks to define and regulate final form industrial hemp products as high THC cannabis is a regulatory overstep that unnecessarily burdens California industrial hemp farmers. And Justin, go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, thank you, Locke, and to the chair, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to speak specific to that last, comment in the chat. I don't think we're looking to redefine what the federal government and the FDA will define and are working desperately to define as what is a drug and what is not an intoxicating drug. And I believe that what we hope is that the regulation around things that are not the type cannabis that is considered a drug will be lessened if, little to no real high level oversight, and it'll be treated like another grain, corn or soy or any of these other things that we produce. And specific, just have to agree that I believe it seems like going down the supply chain road, if the BCC and their failed model want to add an additional tax and the operators want to agree to pay an additional tax on something they have every legal right to sell as an agriculture commodity, that's up to them. I think that's a bold mistake to agree to pay an additional tax just to pass something through your sales channel when it's legally, you don't need to put the additional tax. I understand that they derive their income and a lot of these ancillary organizations and industries that are leeching off of the cannabis producers' backs, and the cannabis industry of California want to get every dollar they can out of that. But we need to realize that this is an agriculture commodity, legal as stated in the comments, and we need to figure out how to lessen the burden. And if industry decide they want to double tax themselves on a legal agriculture commodity, that's up to them. I think it's a grave mistake. And the opportunity is that they can now be in a legal international cannabis business, because it is, yes, cannabis sativa L. It's all the same plant, differentiated by the different chemotypes that Alex from SC Labs, so eloquently laid out. So I think, that should be the general consensus, I think, of the board. And for anybody that's participating, please put your information in the comments so we can see who you are. And feel free to reach out to us directly so we can put forth these things and make agenda items. And I think a lot of them stem from Kevin's committee. And Kevin, if we could put on the next agenda item or the next meeting an agenda item that states, discussion about letter to the secretary based on our recommendation as a board, based on this, whichever legislation is going on, I'm in full support of that. And yeah, let's keep it an agriculture commodity, not a drug. If you want to be in the drug business, the BCC is down the hall.
Thank you.
And Richard, I don't see any other written or any hand raises from the public.
Okay, before we move on, I'd like to thank Kevin Johnson. And you brought out a lot of good points in everybody. Let's go on to Assembly Bill 45 implication update. And we have a guest speaker, Hugo Cornero.
Yeah, this is Natalie.
To be unmuted.
Can I be heard? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I don't have any slides, so thank you for this invitation. I'm here as a representative of the California Department of Public Health, and to give you some updates. It's going to be a general overview, simply because there's still a lot of moving parts going on. I'm sorry. My name is Hugo Cornejo. I'm a section chief with the Food and Drug Branch, which is part of the California Department of Public Health. So anyways, thank you for inviting me. I've been listening to all the conversations, and it's very apparent that a lot of the issues and concerns and questions are going to be overlapping to our program. And we're also in contact with DCC as well, because obviously there's probably going to be some overlap, or we're trying to prevent the overlap in many ways with all the agencies, so that it's fair and, for the industry. Just to give you an overview of our laws, we have what's called the Sherman Law. It's sections of the Health and Safety Code that cover food, drug, medical devices and cosmetics. With Assembly Bill 45, what it did is added industrial hemp right into that same Sherman Law. So there's a lot of statutes that are already in place, especially provisions that deal with adulteration, misbranding, falsely advertised. What has not been ironed out yet, and this is what we're working on, is that, how do we, what are we going to hold the manufacturers to? So obviously there's going to be regulations tied to that. And that's something that, we have work groups that are tied together by program with subject matter experts. We are in the process of, currently reaching out to stakeholders, public health agencies, other agencies like DCC and CDFA, obviously, and this is part of it. But there's still a lot of things that has to happen, and that's what we're trying to do and accomplish. One of the things that Assembly Bill did when it was enacted in October 9th of last year is that it provided, it was called a APA exemption. It's the Administrative Procedure Act, which pretty much requires every state agency to follow when they're going through the rulemaking process. One of the things that it did, it gave us the opportunity, the authority to adopt regulations through a shorter process, as well as promulgate emergency regulations. So that's something that we're working on actively. We have legal, we have our, the governor's office here as far as, trying to decide policy and the regulations. One of the things that also it has two provisions in AB 45 that we must follow the regular rule process, and that's the maximum serving size for hemp-derived cannabinoids. Also adopting regulations imposing age limit. That's something that we have to go through the regular process. Well, that's something that's going to come up later, and it's probably going to be done later. But one of the first priorities is obviously trying to get applications going. We do have to go through the regulation process to even, present applications and fees and so forth. And that's taken a while. We just want to make sure that, we do it right. We have looked into other states, see what they're doing, see how much they're charging, see what's considered fair, a fair price. I know that, somebody brought up an issue about, overburdening the industry with more fees, but unfortunately, this is the process that's happening right now. And regulations are being enacted, and they're trying to, expedite the process. Some of the things that they're, trying to figure out is obviously also the licensing and the regulations, the inspectional component of, what are we going to do? What exactly are we going to inspect for? What are the requirements that we're going to require apart from, already existing laws and regulations? Right now, it's pretty much complaint driven. We have received complaints already that are things that we're following up. Like I said, our laws are still in place as far as adulteration and misbranding. So even if it's an IH product that is out there that, may be in violation of those provisions, then we're following up to take a closer look. We don't have any details as to what, who and what, but those are the things that we're actively looking into. One of the things that we set up, and it's really, really important, is that we set up an email account so that people could provide, complaints, comments, concerns, and it's FDB, that's in Food and Drug Branch, Food Drug Branch, IH for industrial hemp, at cdph.ca.gov. This is for general inquiries. We already have FAQ set up in our webpage. And interestingly enough, it also has generated a lot of comments as to our responses, needing more clarification. And this is all part of the process that, a lot of things make sense to us as regulators, but obviously that communication and clarity may not be there. So we have to kind of look at how we word things, how we put things out. We also have, if you're interested, use that same email that we have a listserv. So any updates that we have you will get the latest update as to what we're doing and where we're at. We have our webpage that is still being worked on, but it does have the FAQs. And right now the FAQs are maybe about 50 frequently asked questions that we already posted with responses. That list is being worked on because there's more questions coming in, and obviously that's going to be a living document for us, and we're going to keep posting information as we move forward. Excuse me. So one of the things that AB 45 requires that we work with CDFA and also with consultation with the Department of Cannabis Control. And, you know, there's provisions there that talk about, you know, sharing licenses and registration information, just so that, you know, there's to facilitate compliance and enforcement of unlicensed manufacturers and so forth. That's early on in the stage. I know that my department heads have already been talking to other agencies, including CDFA. I have not been privy to those meetings, but I do know they're actively going. And I'm sure as time progresses, it's going to be more involved, and we're going to have to sit down and try to figure a lot of things out between where do we draw the line between the growers and the manufacturers, and there's a lot of novel commodities coming out as well. So that's going to be part of the challenge, and I'm sure that a lot of people are interested as to who would be required to register, who would not be required to register. It's probably going to be in a case by case. We have to take a closer look. Excuse me. So what are we doing in CDPH? Obviously, we're developing regulations. We're also already, you know, working on training field staff on the new industrial hemp requirements. There is components in the AB 45 that are very clear, but the majority is still very unclear, and that's where the regulations are going to be coming in. So what is the timing? And this is where it keeps moving. Right now is looking at what I've been told and what I've been clear to say is that it's anywhere from 5 to 7 months right now as we stand. But, you know, obviously that may change, that may move up. There's continued coordination with stakeholders. And one of the things that we're trying to do is that we're not trying to reinvent a lot of the process as far as regulations and, you know, things that are out there, because there's a lot of states that are already way ahead of us. And obviously we want to use their information, their lessons learned, have stakeholders involved, you know, early on, where there's been discussions of possible town hall meetings. Don't know if that's going to happen, but obviously if that's something that people want, you know, I would really recommend that you submit those requests through the email that I just provided. We really want to make sure that we cover all our bases as we move forward. This program is new to us, and it's something that I know that it could be very contentious. It could also be, you know, very rewarding at the same time as a public health agency if we get involved and put a good product out. So obviously we like to hear from folks any chance they get, so that we at least address their concerns and that we consider all aspects of the industry itself. And I would really appreciate an invitation too for us to go out and visit some of these locations. I'm sure staff will love to go out there just so they get a better understanding of the industry at every aspect, not just the manufacturing, but also the farming component, just to have a better picture and a better understanding of the industry. That's it. I have, like I said, it was going to be a very general overview. Anybody have any questions for me?
Yeah, thank you, Hugo. Yes, we do have questions. So let's start some questions. Board?
Justin, you have your hand raised if you want to go ahead and speak.
Yeah, definitely. Hugo, I appreciate you making the time to come and speak with us. I know that you said your email address, but I don't know if you can send it in the chat, your contact information, or if you want to send it to the to staff, and they can send us to the board directly your direct contact information. And if you want to put more of the general contact information or any website link in the
Oh,
chat,
yes, I can do that.
that would be great. Just two quick things. You spoke about potential, I think you call them town halls. You'll be considering a similar idea around these workshops. And the question is, would you be willing to participate in a workshop if we hosted it as you know, the department for hemp? And then the other side of that is, you know, how is the best way that we communicate? If it's not you, then how do we communicate with who at your department, so we can, you know, make sure that all the agencies are working hand in hand as we all work through to figure this out with AB 45. As we'd love to, I mean, this presentation is great. So what we'd really like to see is, as the agencies communicate, you come back and report again, and we can stay in constant communication so we can make sure to get the stakeholders involved. We're happy to use our platform to promote what you're doing, as we want to see it to be successful. You know, we see it as, and I'm speaking really on behalf of myself as a private enterprise, but also as the Hemp Farmers Guild, you know, we expect that final form products is where you guys will really step in, and once those kind of, like, maybe some of the extraction on intoxication and stuff, maybe you guys just step in there. But we have some pretty strong feelings and thoughts about that, and have many farms up and down the state and different operations for processing. So we'd really like to, you know, have you out and be a part of that. So, you know, are you willing to participate in these workshops, and who do we really communicate with? And that'd be great. Thank you, Hugo, again for your time.
Thank you.
And this is Justin Eve, by the way, with the Hemp Farmers Guild. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item?
This is Kevin Johnson. I have a couple questions and maybe one or two comments, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and thank you, Hugo, for coming and giving us an overview of the program, of your new program. I don't know if you've seen yet the USDA's National Hemp Report that just came out, or anybody else that on the board or in the public, you might want to take a look at that. It's a pretty good survey of the U.S. Where the industry is in the U.S. for hemp production and sales and everything like that. In that report, they listed California as harvesting 1,900 acres of flower for CBD in 2021. And they estimated that the estimated value of that was $61 million. So this is a pretty big, you know, or just the beginning of a big industry. So one of
19,000 acres, right, Kevin? Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, 1,900 acres of flower.
In the United States?
No, that's in California.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, and if any, you know, I got this forwarded by staff, the National Hemp Report. So it's a pretty good read if anybody wants to check it out. But my question for Hugo is, what can CBD hemp farmers expect in California? Those who intend to grow this year, and their ability to have retail and wholesale markets to sell and manufacturers to sell. And then my comment would be that this program consider raw hemp flower should be exempt from final form product testing once it has been tested and verified as industrial hemp by the state program. It's not a manufactured product, but a raw agricultural commodity found compliant under state and federal law. And then the other question for you, that was a comment, and then or a consideration. The other question for you is, will certified organic hemp flower be exempt from the contaminant testing, since this is an added expense and unnecessary due to the organic standards, if any of the organic standards will be considered in this. And again, thank you for coming, and yeah.
Thank you. Those are interesting questions that we've been asked several times. What I would recommend is that so that, please get on I'll provide information about myself and so forth, but I also provided that email account. The best way to reach the subject matter experts is through that email account. What happens is that questions go into this portal, and then from there, they're disseminated to the subject matter experts to provide a response. And then it gets reviewed and it gets assessed, and legal looks at it. And then it finally goes back out to the individual, plus it gets posted as an FAQ. So that's probably the best approach that I would recommend.
Thank you, Hugo. Do we have any other discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item? Well, Hugo, you mentioned that you'd like to maybe go out in the field and see some operations. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily me, but as the department, and so that we could get our folks that are going to do the inspectional component of our program to have a better understanding. So it's more of an invitation to the department, or who would attend. That's still debatable, but I may not necessarily go out there. I'm right now, I'm not necessarily the subject matter expert. I was, like I said, tasked to do a general overview. So, but I would love to see it myself. Yes.
Okay, well, as spring gets where I am, it was raining today. So maybe in the springtime, we should set up a time, and you must be in Sacramento, right?
That is correct.
So if maybe the board can come up with some farmers in Sacramento in the springtime, and we'd invite you or staff out to see everything.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions or discussion from the board regarding this agenda item?
I'd just like to say thanks for your presentation, Hugo. This is Jack Norton.
Thank you.
Okay, any public comments on this agenda item?
We do, Richard. So first is from Wayne Richmond. It's all meant to control the CBD, CBG, CBN market for the marijuana folks. Many have said they created it and they deserve to own it, hence the control being spoken of in the wake of AB 35. And next, we do have a hand raised from Rachel. Rachel, I'm going to just, you also provided a written comment, which is, can you speak about the testing? And then Rachel, I'm going to unmute you now. If you want to go ahead and speak, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Hi, this is Rachel Kubiak at the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. I manage the cannabis and hemp programs at Department of Pesticide. I definitely appreciate your presentation today, Hugo. We are as a department interested in reaching out and having communication. My main interest, and if you can speak to this, is the testing of the hemp. And as you probably know, the Department of Pesticide Regulation is responsible under the law to develop recommendations to the Department of Cannabis Control on which pesticides the state tests for and the levels that they test for. According to Assembly Bill 45 last year, the same testing requirements for cannabis will now be applied to hemp products, edible hemp products. And so I'm just curious if you can speak more to where Department of Public Health is in respect to developing testing program, and if you can provide a contact, if it's someone other than yourself, that we can get in communication with you to start some type of discussion on how DPH views how the testing will be set up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking again, Rachel.
Yeah, as far as testing in general, those are part of the regulations that are also going to be enacted. So there's not a lot of details I could provide as far as that. We do have the Food and Drug, well, actually, it used to be the Food and Drug Lab, components of the Food and Drug Lab that have testing facilities in Richmond. They now are part of they oversee some of the testing under the Department of Cannabis Control. I do know that there's a interagency agreement that, it's being worked on with that laboratory for testing. My understanding is they already have a lot of the capabilities, so it's just a matter of now testing industrial hemp. So I could give you that contact person. I don't have it with me right now. Is there someone in the CDFA that I could reach out later on so that I can provide this information? Could somebody tell me that? I'm not in
Hi,
CDFA.
Hugo. This is Natalie. I'll touch base with Josh about how we can disseminate this information appropriately so that we're staying within the bounds of Bagley Keene.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, that's where we're at. As far as testing, that's all part of the regulation package that is being, and since it's ongoing, there's not much detail. Even if I knew the information, because it has not gone public and it has not been reviewed and all that, or vetted, I'm not allowed to speak much about it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this agenda item?
We didn't have.
Is that a no?
Yes. Yeah, we have Alex Dixon. He has written, unfortunately, a substantial amount of unregulated hemp flower extract tested for quality assurance concern test hot, not for THC content, but for substantial pesticides, heavy metals, and pathogenic microbial impurities. If maximizing public health and safety concerns are an issue or a priority, I should say, then it can't be merely seen as an agriculture commodity as a result of the compromised and contaminated nature of agriculture writ large. And then additionally, Kapua did provide CDPH's contact information for their industrial hemp compliance program in the chat box as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this agenda item? Well, thank you very much, Hugo, for all your information. And at this point, we'll take a break, 15 minutes. So say at 12:43, we'll be back online. Does that sound okay? Everybody? Okay. Enjoy your break.
Lunchtime.
Mm-hmm. It's all cannabis, man. It's all good.
Weren't you supposed to have a vote on the budget?
The reason I bypassed it, right, yesterday, management said they didn't have anything new. Right over.
Yeah, well, when you saw how it was done.
But you can't have public input. You could have public input.
Hi, Richard. It's 12:43, Richard.
Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing? Is everybody on lock?
Kevin's here.
Okay, Kevin, good to hear.
Yeah, I don't think anyone left the room. So
Okay. Hi, Lisa. See you waving. Okay, should I start back up now?
whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, here we have a report from the Rules and Regulation Task Force. Regulation amendment concepts and discussion. And this task force is, and then we have sample preparation and crop remediation and destruction. And we have Jack Norton and Justin Eve that are going to do the presentation, and everybody should have their handouts.
Yep. Thank you, Richard. Real quick, I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier, but I noticed the agenda is not correct. The item number 2, proposed changes regarding sample and testing, was something that we covered in the last meeting, and we the state plan had solved the issue we had discovered in and itself. And so what that was actually supposed to say was proposed changes regarding harvest definition, which is section 4890 subsection A13. That's what that should say. And so with that noted, I'll continue on.
Okay, thank you for the correction.
Okay. Okay, so we have 3, Justin and I have 3 items, and Justin, go ahead and just jump in anytime you'd like to say something. We have 3 items we want to bring to you, and they are regarding pre-harvest notification, harvest definition, and crop remediation. And the meatiest topic is probably crop remediation, and the easiest topic is probably pre-harvest notification. So I think we'll tackle them in order of ease, which is how the agenda is laid out. In regards to proposed changes regarding pre-harvest notification. Now, this was something, when we looked at the language as is on the screen right now, I guess I'll talk first about intent and purpose. In previous meetings, we have identified that the pre-harvest notification form is not necessary and can be streamlined. The intent, as we have discovered in these task force meetings and during the official IHAB meetings as well, we've discovered that the intent per CDFA of this was to ensure on a local level that there would be, the local ag department would have people available to help conduct harvest testing when necessary through the pre-harvest notification form. But in practice, speaking with various farmers and talking about it here on the board, we found that it seems to be a piece of paperwork that is not necessary, and this could be handled on a local level. Really, with the dearth of hemp farmers we have in the state right now, I think it's really a non-issue at this point in time. And if it became an issue in a given county, that county could have a system for ensuring that they had testers available when necessary. It doesn't need to be implemented on a state level. So we actually, looking at the language, we're able to come up with a suggested language change that's simple, because it really only would consist of striking some language from regulation. And so that's what we presented to you on the screen right now. I think I want to address specifically section 4940 subsection A2, because it appears on a cursory read, it appears that it might be seeking to actually strike this language from regulation completely. Any changes to the harvest date that result in harvest activities to occur more than 30 calendar days after the sample collection date shall require additional sampling for THC concentration prior to harvest. But that's not the intent. In reality, that language exists in another place. So it exists in two places. So this is just redundant language. The place that language exists is that's separate from this pre-harvest report form. That language exists in section 4946, subsection A, subsection 3. If anybody wants to check it out, where it states harvest shall be completed within 30 days from the sampling date. So those in practice means the same thing as what is listed there, and it does not need to be mentioned twice. So this one's actually very simple, and in the interest of time, I hope that everybody's had a chance to check it out. And now, having discussed intent, I'd like to see if there's any input from the board on this particular item.
Well, Jack, you said it occurs twice.
Yes.
But it doesn't change any of the fees or anything, right?
No, there's no changes to the fees. This striking this essentially what it does is makes it so that there's not a pre-harvest notification for industrial hemp. I think that's what it's called. Okay. There's already this information is already retained somewhere else, and there's no duplicative paperwork by striking this out.
Thank you.
And I think another good intent to mention is that by reducing this paperwork that goes to the county and is redundant, we are reducing the burden on the county as well, in general. Thereby, I think that may have an effect on the reimbursement fees that the county charges to CDFA. I'm unsure of that, but it would definitely reduce the burden on the county of having to deal with one more item of paperwork per varietal that's grown in their county.
Thank you. So do we have any discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item?
Yeah, I know this is an item we've discussed plenty of times before, but I
Right.
do and make sure that there's if anybody has any more to comment. We've already heard several comments on this before, so I'm not necessarily anticipating that there is comment, but I want to make sure that space is available.
This is Kevin. This looks great, and I appreciate the work that you did in this. The only other thing I would do is on 4940 B, where it says sample request and pre-harvest report, just cross line out that and pre-harvest report, because it looks like we're just getting rid of the whole pre-harvest report. So
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was even thinking, perhaps we could call it, instead of having two forms, sampling request form and pre-harvest report form, if it made people feel better, we could just call it one thing, the sampling request and pre-harvest report form. But really, that's just semantics. It doesn't matter.
Do we have any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item? Any public comments on this agenda item?
Richard, there is a comment from Wayne Richmond. Is there a distinction for fiber or grain variety?
Thank you, Wayne. Currently, there is not, and I think that is something that we should be working on in the future. I can definitely see and I'll let Justin answer this after me. I can definitely see the utility of having a distinction there. But right now, we're trying to make small steps. We're trying to get things done. And by not biting off more than what we can chew, I think we're going to move forward.
Okay, I have a question here, probably for Josh. If to get this done, would it have to go back through the legislative process to eliminate some of the stuff that's redundant?
So just to clarify for everybody, so what Jack and Justin are suggesting here, and I think Justin might have some additional comments as well, so let's not forget to get back to them, but what they're suggesting here are changes to existing regulation. So if the board would like to recommend these changes to regulation, they can make a motion and vote on it today. And that would be a recommendation to CDFA, to the secretary, to amend the regulations as proposed, or I guess as amended based off of the additional comment there from Kevin. It sounds like Jack and Justin, you were in agreement that that also needed to be included. And so that's the intent here. And I know they've got a couple other recommendations they'd like to go to, but I appreciate Jack going through them one by one here and determining. So if there is a interest in the board making a motion from Jack or Justin or anybody else in moving forward, just to provide some clarity there. But hopefully that answered your question. If you guys have any other questions on process, let me know.
Okay, thank you. So there's no more public comments on this agenda item?
I did, Justin, if you want to speak, I know you had your hand raised.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I think that was Kapua, but in any case, the comment about green. Yes, we do believe that there's some language that's been approved by the USDA, so we can differentiate those. Just haven't done that work yet. And then my only other comment, about the language is, Jack, I think we should take that Kevin's suggestion into account. And I'm not sure if this is really ready to put forth a motion to put it into place, but I don't know if no one else has any suggestions or changes. I know that Lisa's our ag commissioner, and maybe she, would comments on, how this could positively or negatively impact her process at the county commission level. But if no one's opposed to this, I'd say maybe we make that change that Kevin just suggested and vote on it as a motion to get approved for suggestion to the secretary.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Justin. And I would like to get any input from Lisa as well, if she has any feeling on this.
Yes, Jack, thank you. I had my hand raised previously. I don't really know which ag commissioners want to strike this regulation, but the ag commissioners that I've talked to are interested in keeping the same regulations as it stands. We don't just have staff readily available to sample, and especially with a sensitive crop like industrial hemp with THC levels rapidly rising, we don't ever want to be in a situation where our delay caused, a crop issue. The other comment I have is for Joshua Kress. The state plan has this language in it, and if there were to be some sort of a change, how will this affect the state plan?
Yeah, I apologize for the delay. I can speak to that very quickly, Lisa. Is that so? I believe we've hopefully covered this a couple times as we've gone along, but as far as the state plan is concerned, so we do have USDA approval for the state plan as written. So any changes to that, we would need to get approval for amendment to the state plan from USDA. And so we would work with USDA on proposing that. There are unlikely to be any pushback from USDA on most of the kind of like minor changes to the plan, but we would still have to make sure we go through that formal process of submitting it and getting approval prior to any actual regulation changes taking effect, just to make sure we stay in compliance with federal laws and regulations. But as far as these kind of specifics, as far as how we are collecting information and things like that, it's usually pretty open. So as long as we're not making any major changes that we see changing our compliance with those main points in the federal plan and in federal law, there's unlikely to be any pushback there or any issues there. And we've been fortunate the USDA has been pretty readily available to provide feedback as we need it. And so we do have a good working relationship there that we can lean on for any communication or possible concerns.
Thank you, Josh.
I'd like to comment and have a question for Lisa as well. One of the things that is troubling with the pre-harvest notification is it can be very hard for the farmer to declare a time that is no more than 11 calendar days, to fit into the rule that there's no more than 11 calendar days prior to the anticipated harvest start date listed on the pre-harvest report, which then needs to be modified when farmers are dealing with weather, with prospectively hot crops, with all kinds of conditions that could influence the harvest date beyond what the ideal harvest date might be. And then for Lisa specifically, is this doesn't change the sample analysis request form or the time frame, the timeline associated with that. But you feel, to be explicit, you feel that the pre-harvest notification is needed to along with the sample analysis request form in order for you to provide the best service, and that just having the sample analysis request form would not allow you to provide that level of service. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Jack, can you please give me that code section? I am not, for whatever reason, I don't have it in my.
Absolutely, no problem.
What is that other code section again? I'm sorry.
Are you asking the one that I was saying is
yes, similar?
Yeah, the one that's similar to 4940A2?
Yes, please.
That is 4946A3. Where it states harvest and shall be completed within 30 days from the sampling date.
Well, I would agree with that, but the 11 days for the pre-harvest notification was because that gives us 10 days to plan to pull a sample with the grower and 1 day to turn around and get it to the lab, because we have a responsibility to get it to the lab within 24 hours. So I believe that's where the 11 days originally came from. So if your harvest shall be completed within 30 days, and you call me the day before, you may or may not get somebody out to sample. That's the reality.
Well, I could understand that, absolutely. It seems like a hemp farmer may not need to be. I think our thinking is that we don't all necessarily need to be obligated to do this pre-harvest report. But in a situation like what you outlined, a more direct line of communication between the farmer and you is maybe on the responsibility of the farmer in that situation, and trying to get a test a day before is not a realistic goal. I mean, I try to rent a tractor a day before I need it, and that's not happening.
Absolutely. And I'm certain that I can speak for most ag commissioners that we would do what it takes to do that. But, we've had COVID issues just like everybody else. We have staffing shortages. We have, people out on leaves. There could be an instance where we do need to do some pre-planning because we might have multiple things going on at the same time. And some departments have little staff, maybe 1 or 2 people, which would require the ag commissioner to pull the sample themselves. And if the ag commissioner is not available, we do need some time. I don't know what the actual, time frame would be, but we definitely do not want you to be in a situation where we are not pulling a sample in an adequate time frame, causing an issue for the grower with THC levels rising. It puts the liability on us, and we don't want to be in that position.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Appreciate your input. So it seems like we have a situation, maybe we should, before we consider whether we'd make a motion or not, it seems like we have a situation where, on the one hand, if we get rid of this, we're increasing the responsibility to the farmer to ensure that they have a line of communication that will get them their get the county to be able to take samples for them in a timely fashion. Where on the other hand, by keeping this pre-harvest report, we are making everybody do this piece of paperwork that maybe is not applicable for them in their situation because they have a good line of communication with their local ag commissioner's office. And to be clear here, we're not changing timelines around harvest at all. We're just changing the amount of paperwork we have to do. Is there any input from the board on this dichotomy that that Lisa's helped to elucidate, and how the board thinks about this?
And
Yeah,
Jack, this is Justin.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Justin.
to the chair. Okay, thank you. So Jack, if I remember correctly in the conference,
pausing. There's some feedback on your side.
how's that sound?
Still hear it.
Feedback. Hang on, let me change.
Sounds like you're outside. Maybe testing, and
Yeah, it
there's
sounds like outdoors or something.
Okay. How does this sound now? Is this better?
That's better.
Okay. And so Jack, what I remember from the conversation is that the 11-day was not only a timeline for the county commission to touch base with us, but it was also to really put pressure on the labs to get us that information, back so we could harvest. From what I remember. And I guess the question would be proposed, how, because the intent was to eliminate a step of us needing to basically do two things that are the same thing. And Jack, you proposed that maybe the solution is that it's one and the same, as far as like the actual reporting of needed to do the same thing twice. But as far as like the 11-day harvest window, I don't know if there's something we could put on there that's specific to the labs needing to return the test in a certain amount of time frame. I think that's already in the legislation that we can't really change that. But as far as the 11-day process of, the farmers only having basically 19 days, if they extend the whole 11 days from the 30-day window to harvest the whole crop, maybe we extend it from 30 to 45 days. Maybe that's the solution to mitigate what Lisa brought up about, hey, we don't want to fall the burden. We can't get out there in time. You called us too late. Maybe we give us a little bit more time to actually that 30 to 45 days. And then maybe, we combine the documentation process of either eliminating that step or making it one and the same. I know that's what I could come up with just based on the feedback there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Absolutely.
Yeah, Jack, because you mentioned the part of growing. I mean, you have the weather, you have the drought, we have the pandemic. So maybe increasing the days. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved being a grower.
Yeah, so I'd like to, I appreciate that, Richard. I'd like to hear if anybody else has any comment, but what I'm thinking, and of course, want my task force member to agree with me, but perhaps we should investigate the issues that Lisa has brought up and come back so that we're addressing any concerns that are brought to us by the board.
And we have Vanessa who has her hand raised. Vanessa, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa Ramirez. I do take in consideration Lisa's point, and yes, I think that we should inquire more about it. I agree also with what Justin said, that once we receive the results, then we have really at that point we have maybe 20 days to harvest. And if you have a small greenhouse, you're able to harvest, no problem. But when you're growing outdoors, 20 days, 30 days sometimes is not even enough. Here in Ventura County, we have the Santa Ana winds, we have rain. I mean, you name it, it gets really hard. So I will actually proposed to have if we're gonna keep it at 30 days, to have it 30 days once we receive the results from the lab. Or if not, then increase it to 45 days.
Yeah, I love that idea. I farm hemp outdoors, and I know absolutely what you mean. There's 20, 15 days, 30 days does not even feel like enough often. We had an early rain this year, and we were harvesting 24 hours a day, trying to get through that. That sounds like an excellent idea, Vanessa. We can look into all of these things.
Well, thank you, Vanessa. Jack, and do we have any other?
Maybe we can check for public comment, Richard, and if the board is done commenting.
This is Kevin from the board. I have a comment. So what the problem with the original language, it's really, really confusing. You have to kind of fit round holes into square pegs and things like that. I appreciate Lisa's concern about getting notification to the ag commissioners. But the pre-harvest report it's kind of a redundant piece of paper that there's already all that information in there. I think that a good time frame for notifying your ag commissioner would be, a 10 days. That way, that gives the ag commissioner time to make an appointment. It's within reason of a farmer understanding when they're going to harvest. But as this whole pre-harvest sampling request form is written, it's really confusing. A simple way would be just to have it, the farmer must notify the ag commissioner, give them 10 days for sampling arrangements. And as far as extending the lab times and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure in the federal rules that's how it goes in the federal rules. So anyway, that's my comment about, I think it's reasonable to allow to give the county ag commissioner a 10-day notification before they come out and sample.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Do we have any other discussion or questions from the board on this agenda item? Okay, let's move on to public comments on this agenda item.
Yes, Richard. So we only have one written comment. I don't see any hand raises. From Tyler Rood, information required on pre-harvest report is redundant or speculative, e.g. the anticipated harvest start date. The sample analysis request form could be submitted some period in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Justin, in light of the discussion we've had today, do you agree that we table this and bring it back at the next meeting with research and responses to all of the information we've heard today, and maybe at that point make a motion to recommend some language?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think there's a few good suggestions there in finding out how limited we are and what we think would be acceptable based on Kevin's input and Lisa's input. And then I think Vanessa had some great points too. Hopefully, Jack, you're able to capture some of that. And I would just urge again, the board members, if you have any specific language or ideas, to put it either in the chat or email staff. However we can get any of those ideas put forth and worked onto the committees, that'd be great.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And these meetings are recorded and are made available pretty soon after, if I recall correctly. So we'll have this, we should have this, the content of this meeting to refer to as well.
Well, thank you, Justin and Jack.
Okay, well, see, so that item 1 now being discussed, we can move on to item number 2. which is harvest definition. Justin, would you like to move, take the lead on this one, or I'm happy to as well.
Jack, I think you're doing a great job.
Okay, sure.
Keep going.
I'll keep rolling. Let's go. So we realized that another big issue we've realized that we've talked about before is that harvest definition in the state plan is remarkably simple, and simple can be wonderful sometimes, but this is really does not encompass, it encompasses far too much in its simplicity. The language itself, let me pull it up quickly. In the definitions of the state plan, harvest means the collection of any portion of industrial hemp plant. And I think all of us farmers and people in the industry can see that that's far too broad, given the implications of harvest and the testing and compliance that needs to go along with harvest. There are obviously there are many situations where a farmer might need to collect a portion of an industrial hemp plant that should not be considered harvest. And they shouldn't require local jurisdiction notification, testing, all these things that harvest implies in hemp. Just some quick ones that Justin and I came up with are thinning. If you direct seed a plant and need to thin it, if you're culling males, if you are doing some kind of any kind of internal testing, any kind of R&D sampling, if you are removing diseased parts of a plant because you're on a cultivation scale where you can do that, or if you're propagating, those are some obvious things that should be exempted from the harvest definition. And this is really, I hope you all can see how this is maybe a little bit more complicated than the last issue, where we've really identified those 6 issues that I just brought up, or 6 circumstances that currently fall under harvest but should not. And we'd also like to seek the board and public's advice on any other circumstances that might also currently fall under harvest but should not. Because just because we came up with 6 of them does not mean that there's not several more. And so we'd like to seek input from the board and the public on more of these circumstances, so that we can then go back to our task force and work on making a better definition, work on suggesting a better definition. We did some work on it already. We do actually have a prototype definition, but we don't feel that it's ready for a recommendation yet. So we did include a prototype definition on page 3 of the handout that's labeled, that has the harvest report on it. Page 3 is a sample harvest definition. But in reality, I think the more we thought about it, the more situations we thought should be exempted, and the manner in which we exempt those is going to take more thought and care. So this like I said, this definition is not necessarily ready for recommendation, but hopefully you all had a chance to read the proposed definition that we gave. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to reiterate it, but we would like to seek input from the board on other situations, other circumstances other than thinning, culling and or culling of males, testing of any type, removal of diseased parts of the plants, any kind of research and development sampling, which maybe just falls under the more abstract testing, and propagation. If you have any other circumstances other than those that you feel should be exempted from the harvest definition, please let us know, board and public. So we'd seek input from the board on this issue now.
Okay, any further discussion or questions from the board regarding this agenda item?
Kevin Johnson here. I like the 13I. plants maintained indefinitely in the vegetative state, since I'm sure that applies to people doing clones and things like that. Also, would this apply to baby salad greens?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It seems in the way it's currently defined, it may. And you know, the board has talked some about there being a dichotomy between phytochemical hemp and fiber and grain hemp. And if we were considering another category of vegetable hemp, which would perhaps be like a salad green, or maybe it needs a better term than that. Maybe that would even be a fourth category that aligned with the fiber and grain, and maybe there was a dichotomy of how those things in the future were regulated. So that might be something worth consideration. I'm sure everybody knows that there's all kinds of, even corn. There's corn for silage. There's corn for grain. There's corn for fresh market. You know, all crops are like this. There's different cultivation patterns for them, depending on the end use, and they could potentially be regulated differently.
And the other comment I'd like to make is there is information in federal rules on what the definitions are, like they allow you to cull or disease plants or males. And so that's in the definition already in the federal rules. You might look at that and, you know, as, you know, part of our language, adopt some of the federal rules definitions.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the input.
Do we have any further discussion from the board on this agenda item? I think you're moving in the right direction there, Jack.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Richard. So we're also waiting to hear input from the public, but if we don't receive more input on circumstances from the board, it's Justin and I in our next task force meeting, we will continue to revise this and contemplate this. And we may or may not be able to think of more circumstances ourselves. But then the next step would be, once we felt like we had a comprehensive list of circumstances that should not be covered by the harvest definition, I believe we'd probably tackle it by then trying to adjust the prototype language we'd come up with in a way that covers all of the circumstances we want exempted. And then we would, of course, bring this back to the board for further discussion and possible adoption. And if more circumstances were discovered at that point in time, we would then likely take it back and do the whole process over again, which would make us go a little slower, but you know, we'd also get a more complete job done. So,
thank you, Jack. Do we have any further comments from the board on this agenda item?
Yeah, to the chair. This is Justin Eve again, and I just want to follow up with what Jack was saying. And can you guys hear me okay here?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Listen.
Okay, great. The language that we're using, we found in the Vermont approved state plan. So just to ease anybody's mind that's listening about changing the harvest definition, this is approved language from Vermont that anybody can go look up and look at their harvest. And I would advise everyone on this call, especially the board, to look at the Vermont hemp plan about division of industrial for fiber and grain versus cannabinoid based hemp. And if no one's opposed to this language, Jack, I would say let's, motion to the board to change that. But my question is to the department, if we do change it, since it's in the approved state plan, does that go into place effective immediately since the state plan's already approved? Or is there a follow-up process where you guys will have to take that through OAL and then to the USDA for approval? And if someone could explain that, that would be great. But I'd say if no one's opposed to this, this is definition pulled right out of another approved state plan from Vermont. So, I'd say let's motion to adopt it, and just wondering what the procedure is moving forward to get it enacted. I'm under the assumption and understanding that our state plan is currently active, so this would basically go into effect immediately.
Justin, I think we would be recommending to the secretary to make a change, and then the secretary would actually be deciding whether the change is made. Is that correct? Or
No, you're right. We submit it to the department and then for approval, for sure.
Mhm.
Correct. And so the recommendations from the board would go to the department for approval. And then the next step would be, as you were discussing, actually both of those items, which would be to get approval from USDA to amend the state plan, as well as to go through the rulemaking process to amend regulation. Those two things have to match. So we need to do both those processes in order to get the regulation to take effect.
Well, Justin, the one thing I could see that would make me hesitant to that is that this doesn't seem to cover all of the situations we've identified. Like, for example, male culling does not seem to, it still seems to be harvest according to this definition. And male culling is something that all outdoor farmers need to do. And, if we have to make a harvest report every time we call a male, the harvest reports are going to number into the thousands per farm. And it doesn't seem to fall into subsection 1 or 3 necessarily.
Well, Jeff, maybe what we do is we do a subsection 4 and say, also including any plant removed, or any plant harvested in vegetative state. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe I think
male
it
plant
sounds
would
like
be
we have to kick around some more language, I guess, there, huh?
Yeah, a male plant would be a flowering plant. It wouldn't be.
I'm sorry, I meant to say a vegetative plant. Any vegetative plant may be removed for purposes of thinning, or any vegetative plant removed. I'm not sure. Maybe someone could provide on the board some ideas around that. But yeah, it does. Sounds like unless we can come up with something to include the culling of the plants, we need to figure out better language to get voted on for a motion.
So what would, I like Jack's idea, redefine it and then come back, and then we'll make a motion later. Is that the way the board would like to go?
Well, could we see, even before we have to deal with that issue, Richard, could we solicit input from the public? If the board.
Okay, let's open it up to the public for public comments on this agenda item.
Richard,
we
we have a
have
hand raised from Wayne Richmond. Wayne, I'm going to ask you to unmute. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys for your work on this. It's really important to get these definitions correct. Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association president. My concern about the small amounts of flower, less than 2 pounds, if you're growing 1,000 acres, is 2 pounds enough? And if you're growing multiple varieties, how do you do that and still conduct a variety of testing that you may want to do? This seems to limit that. So I would just ask you to take a look at that. One other question that I would bring to you all, brought to me by farmers, you as a farmer, you don't always know what the outcome is going to be in the commodities market for your particular crop. And so you're watching that very carefully. You may turn under crop if it's not profitable enough early on. You may let it go to seed because that's a better outcome. In this case, there doesn't seem to be any subtleties. And whether it's the USDA plan and policy that we have to work on in the upcoming new version of the Farm Bill, which, by the way, we are working on fiber and grain exemptions. Until we have those, the question is this: if I'm growing a fiber grain variety, as I'm looking at commodity prices throughout the growing season, I may choose to not harvest early and therefore solely go for fiber, but I may let it want to go to flower and even further to seed, because seed grain is going to be the higher best outcome for my financial investment or for her farmer's financial investment at that particular point in time. And that's regular, everyday, common sense work um, toolkit of farmers, right? Being able to make those choices. This seems to not allow for any of that. So I'm wondering if we can get some thoughts on how do we solve that particular problem, or even if you do see it as a problem. Thank you.
Thank you,
Wayne.
Yeah,
And
thank
to
you.
the chair, if I could.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Justin.
I'm sorry to. Oh, Jack, if you want to take that one, I was just going to say, if you want, I can take a shot at trying to get an answer to Wayne on that.
I'd be happy for you to. I was just going to thank Wayne because he brought up another circumstance, at least one. He might have brought up two there, but destruction per economics seems like a reasonable circumstance that might not need to be considered a harvest if the crop is unviable and you want to turn it in to the ground.
Yes, and I think that maybe just be covered under destruction. You know, we can just destroy it at will. I mean, if we don't want to harvest it. But I think Wayne was asking about the differentiation between what if I want to do grain or fiber, and how does that get determined? Maybe Wayne, if you can clarify that question for us. But I think your question was, how are we going to solve the issue of if I was going grain or if I was going to fiber, and what's one or the other, and how does this affect that? This definition affect that? And Jack, I think under the destruction parameters of the legislation that we're working under, that we can just destroy a crop. We just have to tell the commission, hey, we're turning it under, and then there's the the authorization of that process already, I believe, laid out. And Wayne, I don't know if you want to repropose that question to maybe make it more clear. I think I might have an answer, but Wayne, maybe repropose that question real quick.
Wayne, I have unmuted
Yes,
you.
hi, can you hear? Yes, hi, I guess you can hear me now. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to do that. So really you bring up two things. It's not only about making the choice to destroy your crop. I mean, that was really not what I was going for, because I'm a big believer and fought for the last few years for remediation as the outcome, not destruction, because financial harm is the last thing that I have represented on behalf of our members at any point in time. So again, leaning towards how do we make hemp farming profitable when it isn't a CBD product, because we're all caught up in this cannabinoid extraction mentality where this is just marijuana light. And I have to tell you that this last World Ag Expo featured hemp fiber, grain, and building materials. There was virtually no conversation around CBD, and people are really not even aware that that part of the industrial hemp crop exists as a potential huge multi-billion-dollar market, particularly here in California. Carbon capture rates are off the chart, low water usage, fire-resistant home materials, all of those good things are a part of that, and we're ignoring how do we work with those outcomes and get to those outcomes if we're going to keep focusing on cannabinoid extraction and the big boogeyman that is making this look like marijuana light. And hence everybody and their mother, meaning every other agency like California Department of Cannabis Control, who by the way is no exemplar of a well-run agency according to all the complaints I heard at the very first board meeting this last time around. So the focus needs to be on business and farming business in particular. And I know the farmers on this board understand that. I'm making those comments for the staff, for the CDFA, for Mark, for Joshua, and for Jessica, right? That just joined, or Natalie, I'm sorry, Natalie Jacuzzi. The lack of farming business knowledge has been missing as part of this equation. And I thank the gentleman and Vanessa in particular, who are actual hemp farmers who understand the difficulties because they have to live with these rules every day. I represent folks like them. And that's why I'm here today, helping to express their voice. So the outcomes, as we said, are not only about making the choice to destroy the crop, but really, how do we get to a grain crop that isn't hot? because anybody who's growing for that knows to get to that outcome, you're going to have a hot crop. Okay, so now what?
Wayne,
We
if
have,
you can, sorry, my apologies.
anyway, I'll wrap it up. It's about those outcomes as well, and we can have more nuanced conversation offline, I suppose. Thank you for the opportunity.
And Wayne, just to make sure you got your question answered, I think you were asking what if I wanted to go one or the other. And, you know, if it goes to grain, doesn't mean the crop's going to get hot necessarily. I mean, a majority of the varieties that are for grain are already bred that are type cannabis that don't produce the THC chemicals. And I think your question was, what if I want to go one or the other? We're going to work towards doing something like Vermont, I believe, where they differentiate on the application. Are you growing for grain and fiber or cannabinoids? And a lot of those issues that you're kind of bringing up at this point, Wayne, will be determined based on your initial intent. I understand the markets will change, but no one's going to grow a grain and fiber strain for CBD and vice versa. So hopefully that problem will get mitigated from the application process of someone before they plant the crop.
Thank you.
And then Richard, we have a written comment from Joanna Cedar. With the exception of nurseries, harvest implies the removal, use of parts of the plant for commercial purposes. That would allow for the flexibility that Mr. Richmond is needing to determine the best course of action for crops. And then we do have a hand raised from Jeff. Jeff, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Cannabinoid enriched grain is something that we were thinking about, and having an actual an added commodity for extraction is very viable. So as the THC actually degrades into CBN if we let the actual natural conversion happen. So I do believe that we are picking too early, afraid of the THC spiking, but when we pick it early, it actually helps the THC continually to spike after harvest. So with that being said, once again, if we're going to be, are we going to be able to, with the new laws that the hemp extractors are going to be labeled as cannabis extractors, and they're able to sell the THC to the marijuana market, the THC market? And another question was with Proposition 65, labeling CBD as a carcinogen, as a risk for pregnancy. How is that going to affect our ability to sell CBD products as well?
Thank you. Does anybody have an answer to that last question? I don't.
It seems like it's not related to this topic.
This is Kevin here. That would actually be in terms of the Prop 65. AB 45 addresses that. So that would be for CDPH to, figure out how they want to do that.
Do we have any other public comments on this agenda item?
I'd like to respond to Joanna. Her comment in the chat seems quite reasonable on its face, that harvest implies the removal, use of parts of the plant for commercial purposes. If the definition was built around that, with an exception for nurseries, because that seems like the only circumstance that doesn't fit into that simple definition, that may be the viable path.
Do we have any other comments from the public on this agenda item? Okay, then we'll move on. Crop remediation and destruction, and there is a handout on that, and that's back to Jack and Justin.
Okay, give me 1 second, get my notes ready. So this is maybe the biggest, most maybe perhaps the most complex topic of the three. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. So remediation is a big topic that everybody's interested in. Everybody understands. I think everybody on the board understands the practical applications and how it will be beneficial for farmers to have a remediation pathway, and that it doesn't make sense to not allow the farmers to extract some value, if possible, out of a hot crop. But the details on how to enact that and how to work a program like that are going to be pretty intense. And so, for example, I mean, I think everybody understands the pros of remediation, and so we don't need to talk about that too much. But how one would implement remediation, Justin and I, we started to come up with a lot of questions, really, because once a crop is, for example, once a crop is labeled to be remediated or deemed eligible and needing remediation, that crop it's most likely not going to be processed on site, not in a typical agricultural model. It'll need to go to a processing center. And so that means that that hot product, which is not eligible for regular market sale at that point, needs to move from one location to another. And do we need any kind of system to keep track of that? Also, for example, if you think about the practical applications of remediation, I think we all are generally in agreement that if a crop tests above 0.3% THC, it should be eligible for remediation in most circumstances. But then if we look at the extreme of the other side, in practice, if that was all the guidance we had, then a marijuana crop could be remediated as hemp, and farmers could be growing type 1 and type 2 strains as hemp, and then they would obviously be hot and have with levels of 15-20% THC, and then be remediated, and that would be an obvious abuse of the system. So it would seem that there needs to be a ceiling on the level of THC or some other method to prevent type 1 and type 2 chemotypes from using remediation as a loophole. And so I think without taking too much time, because these meetings can go on for quite a while and we don't want to exhaust people, we'd really like to just move straight to what kind of feedback we might like from the board on these issues. Hopefully you've had time to review the packet already. On the last page, we mentioned discussion points for incorporating terpene and non-THC cannabinoid distillation, extraction, or other similar processes as a method of separation. Given the guidance from the board at I believe it was the last meeting, that terpenes plus non-THC cannabinoids were materials we were interested in remediating. Obviously, it could go even deeper that we haven't considered. Is you could possibly remediate the fiber or remediate the grain as well. So we'd like to ask to see if we can get input on any from the board or the public on any of these general issues. Like if anybody has feedback or ideas on utilizing distillation or extraction or other methods of separating the non-compliant components of the hemp plant, allowing the creation of a derivative material. If there's any feedback on how that process could act. Also to how we could establish parameters to address any concerns regarding potential misuse of remediation allowances, which is the example of the type 1 and type 2 chemotypes being grown that I was giving. Also, should there be additional testing requirements of the derivative materials that are made through remediation? Should those be aligned with stuff coming up in AB 45? Should we have additional methods of disposal should derivative material fail to test to an acceptable THC level or fails any other standards? After we do remediation, if the product is still hot or fails in some other way, does there need to be a disposal method outlined? And should, as I'd given an example of before, if we develop a system for tracking material, should we be developing a system for tracking material to be remediated to allow the material to transfer to offsite processing facilities? Should there be specific windows for remediation? Should there be a time limit on this? Should there only be certain types of equipment available to be utilized? Is that a concern that anybody can foresee? And so on any of these issues or other issues that might come up, is there any input or insight from the board on what they think we should be looking at on the task force?
Well, thank you, Jack. Let's open it up to the board members. Do we have any discussion from the board members on this agenda item?
Well, this is Vanessa. I have a question. Is there a parameter of the THC level that would allow for remediation? I don't think I read anything in regards to that. Like, if the THC is anything above 0.35%, but below 1% can go through remediation, or are you considering anything above the 1%, which I know that goes more into the other type of cannabis?
Well, we are concerned that there needs to be an upper limit, but what that upper limit might be, we haven't had much discussion on. If I had to, I would, just off the top of my head, I would think that number should be maybe 5% or something. Something that clearly is getting away from a type 3, 4, or 5 cannabis, a high CBD or a CBG or a little to no cannabinoid plant.
Would that be a good question, or from the gentleman who was presented to us? I think it's Mr. Contreras. What would he suggest? Is he still there?
Is Mr. Contreras still here?
Yeah, what would be his feedback? Is it Contreras? Let me see.
Unfortunately, Jack and Vanessa, Hugo is no longer on the Zoom call.
Hugo, oh, Cornejo, yeah, Hugo Cornejo. Mhm.
Do we have any other board members with any questions for this agenda item?
Yeah, so to be clear, this is something we're still exploring. We really wanted to, we've seen some concerns and we wanted to bring them back, but we will continue to explore this issue.
I like the biomass technique that you have here.
This is Kevin here. So let me just read you the federal rules here. Remediation can also occur by shredding the entire plant into a biomass-like material, then retesting it, the shredded biomass material for compliance. We should at least get that far because we don't even have that in our state rules, and it's allowed in the federal rules. So, is that enough? It appears that, that's enough for the feds. So that would be my suggestion, at least get that far rather than, and then, as we, work on this, see if we can get, anything else in our language. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. That was an issue that we talked about. I appreciate you bringing that up. And the direction we got from the board was essentially terpenes plus cannabinoids for remediation. And we realized that while what the feds say is better than what we have is not good enough for terpenes plus cannabinoids necessarily. Creating a homogeneous biomass product, we're going to be shredding and depleting terpenes. And so actually on page 1 of the remediation document, we provided purpose, section 2, we gave a stab at a more expansive remediation definition, I guess you'd call it, where we state remediation can be achieved by separating and destroying non-compliant components of the hemp plant while retaining compliant components of the hemp plant, and then we follow with the federal guideline that you'd mentioned, or by shredding or rendering the entire hemp plant to create a homogeneous biomass that can be retested for THC compliance. So it seems that ideally for us, we would want to get all of that.
Yeah, are there any other states that have similar programs where they're separating out under their state hemp programs, the remediation process?
I don't have an answer for you right now. That's something we should look into. I do know, and you're probably familiar with Oregon allowing their THC to be moved into the cannabis market. So hemp cultivators actually can even transition their hot THC into the legal marijuana market. So that might qualify for being similar to this, but I'm not precisely sure. They also might be making a biomass of it.
Any other questions from the board on this agenda item? Okay, let's open it up to public comments on this agenda item.
Oh, I'd like to quickly respond to Vanessa too. I think she had mentioned the 1%, and it's my understanding that 1% number is consistent with some federal discussions that are ongoing. I'm guessing that's where you got it from, but just off, from my feeling as a farmer, 1% is, I think that it's possible that something that was not a type 1 or a type 2 could test at the 1% level. And so I'd prefer the upper threshold to be higher than that. But.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So let's open up this agenda item for public comments.
Yes, Richard. So we have some written comments from Alec Dixon. The options should be dependent on what QA concerns present themselves. If DDT or chlordane or the like with decades of half-life in the soil, such hot hemp should have the option to go towards saying building materials versus having to be destroyed are not able to qualify into the cannabinoids for human consumption market. Additionally, Alex put that also THC cutoff should clearly have an upper limit such as a 1% total THC. And then with manufacturing included with the shredded biomass, whatever concentration of QA concerns such as pesticide super concentrate in the cannabinoid extract, terpene fractures, if such supply chain seeks to enter the regulated cannabinoid for human consumption, such considerations are important to take into account as well. And then we do have some hand raises. We have a hand raised from Wayne, and Wayne did provide us a written comment as well. When their registered high THC cultivar indicate expected outcomes as a response of the example of the abuse that Jack had cited. So Wayne, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Wayne.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Jack, Vanessa, you're right on with those levels. 5% personally is what I'd like to go for. But let me let you know that there is a campaign to get the 1% threshold introduced into the current iteration that's being worked on of the next farm bill. And that's being done through the Standing Committee of Hemp Organizations as part of the NHA's collaboration with us. So we hope to get to that point. So we're talking about things like biomass and shredding and all of that. And it would remind this new cohort, this new iteration of the board, of something that happened with the last board. And that was whole plant testing, which is exactly what biomass shredding is, in fact, was voted for by the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board and changed in the back room under dark lights and smoke-filled cornices by the Office of Administrative Law. So it became the top 18 inches or whole plant, homogenized, and they turned it into, oh, well, it can be the whole plant if it's 18 inches tall. So just so you know, we've been down this. Please pick this up again. This is really important. Also, what's really important here is that we're talking about remediation when the word in the USDA language, as well as the Farm Bill, is disposal. And disposal offers all kinds of interesting opportunities, including remediation. And one of those additional opportunities that we've spoken to with Aguilar Curry's office, and we hope will be enacted as part of this AB 45 rollout, would be for the ag commissioners to be able to offer to hemp farmers whose product is growing hot, expected to be hot, or is testing hot, the opportunity to turn it into the marijuana market, because that market exists here in California and we shouldn't be fighting each other. This is a way we can collaborate. So for the person who suggested that earlier, I think that might have been Jack. Absolutely, that can be done, should be done. It's administrative at this point. It's another license. Who picks up the fee? Could it be the marijuana guy who wants to buy it? Great. Should it be the hemp farmer who wants to sell it? To be determined. Trying to keep the cost on the farm as low as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Do we have any other public?
Yeah, we don't. No,
Okay.
we don't, Richard.
Oh, we don't. Anything else from the board on this agenda item?
Okay, well, hearing no more input from the board, we will continue to work on these items and we will bring them back to you at the next meeting with some progress, and appreciate all the input from the board and the public on all of these items. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work, Jack.
And Justin.
And Justin, excuse me, both of you, yeah. So let's move on then to public comments on matters not on the agenda.
I have I don't know if this is the appropriate time for this, Richard, but I think it might be. So because this is a matter not on the agenda, but I'd like to suggest to the staff that there is, I know because I've seen it in other Zoom meetings, there is an option for you to segregate the group into at least two groups, i.e. panelists and audience. And then you can control the muting separately, which I think if you could figure that out, it would be beneficial for us, because I think then each panelist maybe gets a unique web link to go into the Zoom meeting, but that would allow you to control the muting of the audience and the panelists separately. Because right now, I think it works for everybody, the audience and everybody the same, is if we can mute ourselves, but we cannot unmute ourselves, which is generally, needs if we're on the panel, we have to leave our mic unmuted a lot more than not. And it would work more efficiently if we could, as panelists, mute and unmute ourselves at will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. So do we have any public comments on that's not on the agenda? Okay, let's move on to.
Oh, Richard, yes, we do. So we have two
okay.
hand raises. So we're, Wayne, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I really appreciate all the work that's being done in this cohort. The members of this board are much more aligned with what we had hoped this Industrial Hemp Advisory Board had started to be 4 years ago. And as someone who's been here since the very first meetings and before, in conversations with Joshua Kress, when he was the manager, and with Michelle, in addition to really welcoming Natalie wholeheartedly to the fray, as it were, and I have to put it that way because, as you can tell, we're still in, working out the rules and trying to figure this thing out. And what I would just ask that you do in your new role is to become as familiar with hemp and the industry as quickly as possible, and listen to your California farmers first, and not to out people outside of the state. And that includes people who've been sponsors of AB 45, like Charlotte's Web and Canopy Growth. They are not companies that are looking out for the best interest of California hemp farmers. So I would implore you to have the same attitude that Mr. Cornejo exhibited, with his desire for his team to get on board with going to farms and understanding the process from the inside out. I don't want to presume, you've told us your background. I would like to ask, but clearly you don't have to answer, whether you have a farming background, whether you have a business background that helps inform you, or is it, as just stated, relative to bureaucracy and working within the system for the last few years? That would be my question. And if the answer is that's what the limit of your background is, I would wholeheartedly suggest you take up the offers of a lot of the board members who are in fact farmers. Our members would be happy to give you tours. We've done that for the USDA. Just welcome aboard, and let's all work together to make this California to be the most profitable hemp farming state in the union. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we do, Richard. So we do have a hand raised from Jeff. So Jeff, give me a moment here. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you now. You can go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. And with Wayne, completely, thank you so much for being here and helping us shine a light on this subject that needed this tremendously. So with the legalization that is coming soon, April, from what I understand, with changing the cannabis, marijuana from the Controlled Substance Act, how do we see this affecting all the plans that we're doing as of right now? These major changes as cannabis becomes a commodity. So we definitely would like to be the face of the industry, considering we're going to be growing more here in California than every other state, and that what happens in California, everyone kind of goes into line with. So I thank everyone who's doing their part to shaping this, and that we really consider the changes that are about to happen federally, and with a hot crop, just adding that farmer has to take it to remediation, and then having that remediation go to the right companies that are licensed to sell those said molecules. So I just, once again, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And the questions that we as a group have brought to the table would really like to see these go into motion instead of just another conversation piece for our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
And Richard, we don't have any other public comments.
Okay. So the next item then would be the next Industrial Advisory Board meeting we need to schedule. And I know staff is very busy, and so we need to schedule a meeting so they have enough time to prepare. So I'd like to hear from the board members about the next meeting. Any comments?
I only that we keep a frequent meeting pace, generally at about the speed we've been doing.
And any other comments from the board?
Yeah, is this the time when we would propose agenda items?
Yes. Well, first we need to put a scheduled meeting, and then we'll discuss the agenda items next.
Yeah, I think we're on every 6-week schedule. Let's just keep that going.
That's all right.
Richard, this is Josh Kress. Go ahead and make sure that you're discussing what agenda items are going to be at the next meeting, because it would be good to make sure that you're giving those agenda items enough time for either staff or the board members to be able to prepare and actually have something to present for that meeting.
Okay, thank you, Josh. So let's do that. Let's listen for discussion of agenda items for the next meeting.
This is Kevin here. I would like to recommend staff reach out to Igor Curry's office to find out if they would like to come speak with us about their new bill and the possible inhalable hemp products tax for an agenda item.
That would be a good one. Who would get a hold of their office?
It would be staff would do that.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, this is Emma. I wanted to just second what Richard said. I think it's really important that we get a little bit more information about what that ruling, or not ruling, what that rule is supposed to be, and how it affects our area. And I also agree with the 6-week intervals. It seems like a nice balance between meeting often enough to actually make progress. I feel like there's some steps forward being made, as well as not too often so that it's not taxing the staff too much. I do want to just request information from the staff. Is that true? Is the 6-week meeting schedule, is it too much for you, or is this something we can maintain for a little while so we could keep making progress?
Hi, everyone. I can take this. So the 6-week schedule is a little bit tight for a couple of reasons. So it's tight for our staff because generally at board meetings, the way that a board meeting generally starts is that we actually review minutes of the last meeting. And in order for us to propose those minutes, we have to draft them, which takes a long time because it reviews all the agenda items and talking points that were stated during that meeting. And then it is reviewed by staff, and then that is routed through our division and our department. So it's a little bit onerous of a process. And then those minutes are then brought to you, and then you guys make a motion to approve the minutes. We have not been able to bring minutes to these meetings because we have had too short of intervals in between meetings, because generally also to make the minutes for the meeting, we have to have staff members actually re-listen to the entire meeting altogether just to make sure that everything is accurately stated in the minutes. So that timeline's a little bit tight for us. Additionally, these meetings, I think, could go a little bit longer in between just to make sure that we have action items. that we are making motion, or that you as a board are making motions on during the meetings, and so that we can operate as efficiently as possible. I am more than happy to talk to Aguilar Curry about presenting at this meeting. I think we wanted to limit how many presentations we have in a meeting, just because it keeps them from being extremely long and taking up an entire day and things like that. So those are just thoughts from a programmatic standpoint. I think that maybe a meeting in May might be appropriate, and then we could have motions that we can bring to, or the board can have motions that they bring, and then that way we can actually have the opportunity to meet with the task forces so that we can additionally suss out some of the issues that we discussed today, as well as potentially talk about future proposals to the board. So I would recommend May, but I leave it to the board to make that decision, and just to provide some more supplemental information about our process of what we need to do before these meetings and in between meetings. And additionally, in addition to the minutes, we do also have staff who have to do a lot in preparation of the agenda, the long agenda, pre-meetings and things like that. So there is a lot that happens between meetings, and the shorter time we have between them, the more stuff sort of can fall by the wayside, or at least not necessarily get done in the timeliness that we would recommend. So I would put it to you guys if we could just make it a little bit longer, maybe May, and see how you feel about that. And then any questions that the board may have for me as well.
Hi, Natalie, this is Vanessa. Welcome aboard. I am very empathetic, and I think that the board is very empathetic on the time constrictions and everything else that the staff has to do. However, May, it seems to me as too long, especially when we have many other things happening and rules and regulations passing while we are waiting. So I definitely would like to stay with the 6 weeks, and bringing Aguilar and Curry is super important. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
And to the chair, if I could, this is Justin Eve. I just wanted to talk to Natalie's point about the frequency. Maybe I could address the elephant in the room. It sounds like you guys are understaffed. There's multiple things that we've asked and requested that haven't been getting met, from, us needing answers so we can move forward to pass motions. And from my understanding, the board can request more staff. It sounds like you just don't have enough people and man hours to get it done. And so maybe we'll put this as an agenda item, but the discussion of hiring more staff, I believe we should request as a board more staff. The elephant in the room is the fact of underfunding. Is the reason is this program was funded under Prop 64. Gavin Newsom has well funded the BCC. The BCC, I don't even know how many employees they have, but we kind of feel like we're being treated like the wicked stepchild of cannabis when we're really the bigger crop, the more impactful crop, and we need to get more funding. So Natalie, if you're saying I can't get it done in 6 weeks, we don't have enough man hours, then we as the board need to make a request to get probably, it sounds like 2 or 3 more staffers. I know this was already because of AB 45, a budget change proposal to bring on more staff. I'm not sure if that's been met by budget yet in the budgetary process, through California State Legislature. But at this point, it's really unacceptable for us as a board for the industry to say, oh, it's just not moving fast enough. I can't get the answers or whatever it is. We have to push forward. And so we'd really like to see, Natalie, is if you're saying, I don't got enough manpower to do it, tell us how many staff you need to get it done. And we will do work as a private industry and as a board to make the request to the department and to whoever we need to get you more staffers, or to figure out a way to get the funding from budget or however we're going to do that legislative approval to get this done. Because it's just, we can't just, I don't have enough time and we need to push it off. Like, we're 4 years behind the ball. Colorado's the #1 agriculture producer pretty much for hemp. That's unacceptable. We can't keep falling behind. And if your problem is, I don't have enough money or I don't have the budget for staff, then tell us that. We'll get you more staff and we'll make the request. So we really, are happy to have you along, Natalie, but we've been sitting through this thing for years now, and it's too far gone to say we need to take a little bit longer. So you need to tell us, how can we help you get more money if that's what it is? Or do we need to make a request as a board to to get you more man hours so we can get it done, so you can keep up with the rate of the things that need to be accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to make a motion for the next meeting? Or it seems people want a meeting in 6 weeks.
No, we just need to agree on a date.
Okay.
Any other comments from any of the board members?
How does April 14th would be 6 weeks from today? Does that sound good to everyone?
I'm looking at my calendar. I'm free that day. How's the rest of the board feel about it? April 14th?
I want to just say that while I completely agree, we need to do things to make sure that they are not underfunded in the staff here and that they actually have enough staff members to get it all done. But until that happens, I don't think just overtaxing the staff we have is an amazing solution. So I propose another 1 or 2 weeks after that, maybe not making it all the way till May, but maybe later in April, and hopefully we can catch up on some things in the meantime and be able to make a lot of progress here, because I feel like, you know, a lot of times we'll ask the staff, you know, there's an answer we need to a question from last time, they haven't been able to get it because it's not simple. These are not simple answers to the questions we're asking. So I think I want to take a real notice of that. I want to propose 7 or 8 weeks. That's what I'm throwing out to the rest of the board.
Well, how about the end of April, the Thursday, the 28th?
This is Kevin. I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I understand and appreciate all the work that staff is doing and the time constraints that they're under. We're kind of, you know, getting close to a pretty, you know, almost a watershed moment with a lot of this legislation coming up. And if we wait until May, we might not have an opportunity to voice the concerns from the board about some of these things that are coming up, especially if this inhalable hemp products tax is going to be in the May budget. It just might be kind of a big missed opportunity. And I would personally still like to stay with the 6 weeks right now. And you know, after, you know, some of these things have flushed out in terms of legislation, I think that we can, you know, we can meet, you know, not so often. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board on this item?
Okay, maybe what I'll say is, yeah, sure. Let's stick with 6 weeks, with the idea that we'll try to help the staff to get caught up with things over the summer when maybe some of the legislative process slows down. I think that makes sense to me. If it makes sense to other board members, such that we would meet, you know, in 6 weeks, and then it possibly could be another meeting 6 weeks after that, or we might delay at that point, or maybe we'll just over the summer really give a few months for the staff to catch up, depending on what's going on 6 weeks from now. So I hear what you're saying. I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
to the chair. This is Justin Eve again. Natalie, it would be great too if you guys could tell us, you know, in the next 2 months or something. I don't know if we need to direct staff to do this, but tell us how many more staffers or how much money you guys need that you feel to be able to accomplish the goal. So, I mean, we can direct you, I guess, to give us a report on that, but that's adding more to your plate. So I don't know how to get that answer. You know, how many more people do you need and what's it going to cost to get the job done like today, so we can keep up on a 4 to 6 week pace? But that's what we're looking for. We're here to help.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Justin. I think that will be a conversation that we have in the fees and registration task force meeting. So we can schedule a meeting with you to discuss that. And then I think we also have some items to bring to you in regards to the questions that you brought to staff about like the org chart and things like that. So we can definitely have those discussions sooner rather than later, and we'll definitely have something before the next board meeting, if that makes sense. Hopefully that answers your question. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Natalie, We haven't received minutes in a long time or ever. And I understand you'd like to do minutes and we'd like to receive them. But I also understand if we do it in 6 weeks, we will not receive minutes. And so in your review, if you can come up with how long of time it would take so we could have minutes. I mean, would it be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks, whatever it would be, because that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think that requesting the extra 2 weeks would have given us a little bit more time to draft the minutes for this meeting, review them, and then also get them through department, because it's not just our department, obviously, it's also upper management and people like that who have to review as well. So, and that can, you want to give people time because these minutes, especially when they're this long, can be specifically a little more onerous to go through. So we were going to see how the 8-week timeline was, but there isn't just the minutes for this meeting. There's also a backlog of minutes. So my understanding is, and I'm obviously new to this program, but I don't believe we've had minutes for these meetings since the beginning of 2020. So we have minutes for every meeting backlogged, and we will have to send those for approval as well. So I don't have a timeline at this time. I just wanted to share sort of the little bit of process that happens in the background and why we haven't been able to produce minutes, also due to low staffing, which we're hoping to address in these coming weeks as well. So I think the extra couple weeks would have given us a little bit more buffer time, and we could have started that. And additionally, the value of the minutes too is that it reminds the board or anybody who missed that meeting what was discussed at the last meeting, so we can sort of continue those conversations in a linear fashion and try to be efficient with our time, because it really does elucidate any issues that have come up before and maybe helps us come to resolution faster. So it's really, hopefully it's in the best interest of everyone that we get those back on track and make that part of the bigger discussion. So does that answer your question, Richard?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Ned.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the board heard that. So do we want to still keep it at the 14th and have no minutes, or extend it out 2 weeks and have minutes? That's up to the board.
Kevin, I'd like to keep it at the 6 weeks and no minutes. We have it. Everything can be reviewed online. It's all recorded.
I agree.
Okay. Well, then let's pick, if everybody has agreed, then let's go for Thursday, April 14th with no minutes. Is everybody in agreement?
Sounds good.
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll be on April 14th, and I don't think we have a full agenda yet. We have the one item to have the Curry's office come.
Well, we'll be doing a report on the rules and regulations task force. We should have, we'll have updated language for all 3 items.
Rules and reg. Okay, in the Curry's office. Is there anything else that you would like on the agenda item?
This is Kevin. Maybe, or actually, I was thinking of in the new USD National Hemp Report Survey, they listed a lot of materials harvested in different categories, and it might be a good idea to have our harvest report expanded to include a few more materials. They have like we just have like maybe 5 different materials, but the USDA one goes in quite a bit of other categories. And if we could just, slide those in there somewhere in the harvest report. I don't know if that would be an agenda item or not, but that would be my suggestion for an agenda item.
Before we adjourn, we have talked about meeting in person. Quickly from the staff, has anything changed on the state level for in-person meetings? I mean, the mask mandates are coming down, and anything changed there?
I don't believe that we're having in-person meetings at this time still, but we're still updating based on recommendations of Department of Public Health. And maybe Josh can speak to this because he interacts with other boards as well at CDFA, but maybe Josh?
Sure. So Jack, that's something that we're continuing to monitor. I know the State Board of Ag, who advises directly the Secretary regarding all ag. They meet monthly. They've been working on doing some type of a hybrid or in-person meeting for a while now. They're likely going to be the ones that are going to take the first step in that. They actually had one they were working on having one scheduled on the books a couple months ago, and then obviously things changed. And so that is something that we're continuing to look at. At this point, I'm not aware of anybody changing their plans. I know there were a few hybrid meetings that were actually canceled or made just, virtual meetings at this point. But yeah, you're correct that the mask mandates and things like that are changing right now. And so we do anticipate some changes coming down the line. But right now we're kind of in communication with the other boards to see what they're doing and making sure that we're consistent with everybody. So we should have some more information on that before the next meeting and certainly before 2 weeks out on what options we can provide and where. Again, we do have some issues with location. So if there are location suggestions from board members, please let us know, because the normal location is the auditorium at CDFA headquarters, and that currently is still not accessible because that's currently a COVID testing site. And so that's currently occupied for those purposes. And so we cannot currently do that. But things are starting to open up and things will continue to change. So we will continue to look at that option and work on options. But if anyone has suggestions on locations where we would be able to work, especially with another state or local agency, to try to make sure that we are able to maintain, because I know both the public and some board members want to continue to maintain both in-person and online options. So we'll work with you. If you have suggestions, we'll certainly work with you to see what options we can come up with as we try to move forward and figure out kind of what the next phase is going to look like.
Okay, thank you, Josh. So if we had suggestions for venues, we would contact you directly with that information.
I work with Natalie and Kapua.
Okay.
They're the ones that are organizing the meetings. So please let them know. Again, yeah, I know we had a suggestion from Justin regarding the local county agricultural commissioner's office there. We did reach out. They were not hosting external meetings at that time, but it was a possible future venue. But if you are aware of possible venues that we could look into, again, we do still need to be able to try to maintain. I'm sure some board members have some comments on this as far as maintaining the online availability and making sure that both the public and board members who don't want to meet in person are able to meet virtually. We'll do our best to try to accommodate that. And we're also keeping an eye on potentially changing rules regarding online meetings. I believe that the existing executive order has been extended, so we're kind of continuing with the status quo at the moment of our ability to schedule these meetings and what that process looks like. So that's also something we're continuing to work with our others at CDFA and try to all work together and make sure we're being consistent.
Thank you, Josh.
And to the chair, this is Justin Eve. I just want to confirm, you guys said you've been monitoring the other boards. Has there been an in-person board meeting for any of the other agriculture boards? And to Lisa, have you guys started opening up the in-person meeting with anyone outside of the staff? Has that happened since the last board meeting?
Sure. So Justin, this is Josh. There have been no in-person board meetings that I'm aware of at CDFA in recent months. And so again, that's something we're continuing to monitor. I know there were a couple that were planned. There was actually one that was posted, but they ended up canceling the in-person option and just going virtual, the one that I'm aware of. So I'm not aware of any boards meeting in person at this time. But again, we're continuing to monitor. We do anticipate, especially with some of the recent changes in the rules, we're anticipating some changes moving forward. But yeah, your question for Lisa, I don't know if she has any feedback on that or if she's still on.
Thank you, Josh. Well, we have our next meeting and we have some items for the agenda. Any other items for the next board meeting?
To the
Well-
chair, this is Justin Eve again. I have a couple of items that we'd like to put on the agenda.
Sure.
Outreach, specifically department outreach to registered farmers or to stakeholders in industry. Had multiple farmers tell me they're not getting their notifications as to when things are happening, notices and agendas. So I wanted to put that on the agenda so we can have a conversation about that, about how that's being handled, and we potentially will have ideas about some remedies. Specifically, one thing that I've known is that people have difficulty getting into the Zoom meeting because of the password. I am on Zoom meetings all the time. Pretty much 99% of that time, there is no password. We'd like that removed. Just, there doesn't need to be a password. It's public information. I don't understand why there's a password, but things around that. So specifically, an agenda item is the department's outreach to registered producers, growers, cultivators, breeders, whatever you want to call them, and industry outreach outside of just the people that are registered in California, how that's being handled. So that's an agenda item, outreach of the department to stakeholders, registered growers, etc. I can pause or I can continue to go with another agenda item. The other agenda item, unless there's conversation needs to be had about that from the department. No, okay. The other agenda item is I would like to see a presentation from the feed department. I can get you an exact clarification. Maybe Josh Crest, if you could tell me the exact name of that department. I believe it's feed and regulatory or something like that, or CDFA. We want to address the issue of hemp seed into our livestock in our feed. And I want a presentation. The board would like to request a presentation from the feed, from livestock and feed in the department of where they're at with hemp. We do know that there is being trials done that they are participating in as figuring it out. And we would like a report as to where we're at with getting hemp seed okayed and authorized by our department, by the feed or whatever the name of that department is. And so a presentation, an update, at least someone come forth and say, this is where we're at, and explain to us what's going on with the feed trials at UC Davis. That's public information. So if we could put that on the agenda, report from feed department or feed, Josh Crest, if you help me out with the name there, but whatever that is, getting someone forward, or at least specifically a discussion around feed, because we'd like to get someone to present from the feed department at CDFA where we're at with hemp getting into the feed. So that's another agenda item. Potentially,
Okay.
really like to have a presentation for them. And then the only other thing is we'd like to see someone from the BCC, just like the person that reported on AB 45 today, Hugo from CDPH. Can we place that on the agenda to get someone from the BCC, Nicole Elliott, or whomever to give a presentation like Hugo did, specifically on the implementation of AB 45. So those are my three agenda items. AB 45 implementation, BCC, outreach, what's going on with outreach and discussion around how we can do better at outreach for stakeholders. And the other side of that is a report or presentation from feed, from the department about where we're at with getting hemp into the system. Thank you.
And Justin, this is Locke. I just wanted clarification. When you say BCC, do you mean actually DCC, the Department of Cannabis Control?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you for the clarification.
Any other suggestions? Okay, any public comments before we go?
I
Okay,
don't see any public comments.
okay, then I'd say the meeting's adjourned at 2:33. And thank you, everybody. I think we were very productive. And Natalie, thank you for coming on board. And goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Richard.
Mhm.